welcome you to yet another conversation. It's the key moments of the week that are of concern to us here on Key Points. We discuss those topical issues that are of concern to you, the Ghanaian people, with well-informed, passionate guests who have the interests of this country at heart and in mind. We're talking straight to the point and speaking truth to power. Welcome to Key Point on TV3, also live on 3FM 92.7. We're also live on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. My name is Alfredo Conse. Welcome. As Ghana prepares for the 7th December elections, which is just about 98 days away from today, the ruling NPP and the opposition NDC, they've all launched their manifestos, including that of the GTP, Great Transformational Plan, by Alan Chamante. Now, presenting sharply contrasting visions and some similarities in policies for the nation's future. John Mahama, the flag bearer of the NDC, assessed that Ghana needs a reset, proposing a complete overhaul of the current policies to address the nation's issues. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the NPP's presidential candidate, current vice president, contends that Ghana needs an upgrade, not a reset, suggesting a more gradual approach to building on the existing frameworks. This morning, here's what we're going to do. We would specifically tease out the issues of jobs, job creation, and the economy. And there's a good reason why. Because from our own monitoring, surveys, and polls by even Global Info Analytics clearly indicates that there are three major issues that are of consideration and concern to the Ghanaian voter: jobs, the economy, and education. Those are the three main issues that you say is going to influence your decision on who to vote for. So we'll start off the conversation on the manifesto promises from there. We'll have a conversation this morning. As always, we're very interactive. I want to hear from you how your personal economy is, because there are many economists who believe that this Shawasitinimona Tuabapa is one that will be very prevalent and topical going into this election. Also, coming up this morning, Parliament's Finance Committee has raised several, in fact, the minority on that Finance Committee raised several concerns and regarding the Ministry of Finance's request for the 500 million cedis from the Contingency Fund to address the ongoing drought in the northern region, in fact, and some 7 other regions in this country. Now, the concerns include the status of previous advances, a detailed breakdown of the beneficiaries, and the specific budget allocation for the request of the funds. Now, the Agric Minister also has been responding to this in an interview that we had with him this week. Already implemented emergency measures, he says, including the ban on grain exports to protect the livelihoods of over 900,000 farmers, and many other issues that have been outlined. However, the minority is questioning the timing and justification of the fund request, as well as the decision to cut the budgets of the Agric Ministry and the Roads Ministry, ostensibly to generate some over 8 billion cedis to address this matter. We would have a conversation this morning on it. Also, the Electoral Commission is assuring that the 2024 voter register is robust and credible. It comes amid concerns raised by the NDC and indeed some other political parties regarding the integrity of the voters register ahead of the upcoming elections. Now, the voter exhibition exercise has been going on, and some issues have been raised, specifically about some names and voter transfers that even the people whose names have been transferred were not aware that their names had been transferred. Those are issues that we'll get into this morning. here on Key Point on TV3. We're also live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and our DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We're back shortly after this quick break. My guests will be joining me in the studio. We'll have a conversation. Welcome.
Brings you quality choices with Goil Super XP, available in many Goil stations nationwide. It is fortified with special additives that help your engine perform better and use less fuel. Branch into a Goil station today and energize your ride with Goil Super XP, compatible with most vehicles. Goil Super XP will feel ya, huh? Will be feel. Goil, good energy. Yeah, yeah.
Good afternoon, Auntie.
Afternoon, darling.
One chilled bottle of Nero Orange, please.
You want the cola, orange, lemon, vino, Nero.
Wow.
Cola, orange, lemon, vino. I'm gonna feel it cool, it refresh your body. Nero Cola, orange, lemon, and Bovino. New non-alcoholic flavored drinks from Nero Beverages. This advert is FDA approved.
The luckiest.
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere.
8K. Hey, you get an 8K. Get a packing soon. Wallahi.
Hey, wait.
You can put it on his tab. This is my man.
Good luck.
Hey, go bill radio. We are star 712. It's much more phone. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved ones.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Aww.
Let's choose buy tickets for adults.
Love you, boo boo.
So maybe straight to option 4.
Now you need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random ticket. That's it. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5.
Baby, give me your 5 numbers.
And how much are we buying?
Babe, look at the body and buy you.
With your body,
So
Hey, there, tread cautiously. Now follow the prompts and confirm. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. T&Cs apply.
The most comprehensive election coverage.
top-notch presenters and well-versed analysts.
Dedicated reporters and correspondents in every nook and cranny across the country.
All the action, every incident reported. All the big stories covered.
All facts cross-checked. Every figure verified.
Every vote monitored and accounted for.
The numbers tallied, analyzed, and interpreted. We have invested time and energy in order to bring you a comprehensive elections coverage.
The whole world will be watching us on TV, online, and radio.
Election Command Center. Facts, analysis, results.
Witness the future of entrepreneurship as Team Anita and her talented ladies take center stage on Ghana's Most Beautiful. This week, they will showcase their innovative business ideas, highlighting the best of Made in Ghana. Join us as we experience the creativity and entrepreneurial spirit of these talented ladies. Ghana's Most Beautiful, Ghana's beauty, Africa's pride. GMB is sponsored by Gino Tomato Mix,
Techno Common 30,
AT, Pepsodent Charcoal and Lemon Infused Formula and Pepsodent Natural Herbal Formula, Geisha Moringa and Geisha Black Soup, Key Soup, GTP,
Kivo 4-in-1 Curry Mix, Kivo 100% Natural Hot Pepper,
NLA Good Causes Foundation.
From very humble beginnings, born in Kolegono, she's giving me some education right here on Today's Woman that it is no more Kolegono, but it is KGS Estates. Who else does that but the beautiful, the very industrious, hardworking, determined Jacqueline Afo of Appointed Time Printing?
I love money, and so if you have a business and it's growing, it's defined by your increase in revenue and your increase in profitability.
She is our guest this week on Today's Woman. You don't want to miss it.
Today's Woman with Cookie Tea shows Saturdays at 3 p.m. on TV3. Brought to you by Fiscal.
The simplest meals are the trickiest to cook. The task for the upcoming week is very simple. Which of these 4 schools will meet the international standards?
We like food, so we know how to cook.
The play is the floor.
We are going straight to the finals.
Expect nothing but the best.
So please, stick with us this Sunday, 5 p.m. right here on TV3.
Kitchen Wars is brought to you by Kivo Foods, Everpack, Mazim Foods, Miss Cookie Spices, Chana Shito.
This is Hot Issues, your passport to the most compelling conversations of our time. We go one-on-one with the movers and shakers, the thought leaders, and the game changers. We ask the questions that matter, and we don't back down.
Tonight on Hot Issues, I sit with the man at the Center of Corruption Investigations.
Join me on Hot Issues here on TV3.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Talented, she knows her worth. She's cultured, a woman of substance. And when she walks, the world will stop and stare. She's a woman. So strong, she is courageous and fearless. She knows her worth. She's graceful, a woman of substance. And when she walks, the world will stop and stare. She's a
woman. So much joy, love and inspiration with Sika, Helen and Regina on the Ladies Circle, this and every Saturday at 6 p.m.
The Ladies Circle shows Saturdays at 6 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Yaz Sanitary Pad, MTN,
Yaz Toothpaste and Brushes,
Alive Soap,
Woodin.
I seriously believe that statement, that we have failed. Of course, we've had challenges. Nobody can say we haven't had challenges. We have had challenges, serious challenges that have kept me up at night, In 2022, that was the horrible year for us, 2022. Petrol prices went up to 23 cedis per liter. We were losing reserves so badly, you know, and you saw food prices going up and all of that. That was a real challenge that we had to deal with. And this is how we came up with the whole gold for oil, gold purchase program, and that has really helped us. Today, Ghana today, notwithstanding all the challenges, we are the 10th lowest priced in terms of petroleum in Africa, the whole of Africa. Ghana is number 10 in those of lowest prices of petroleum products. Then there was a question that went on the lack of timelines for the manifesto in terms of promises and so on. I think that when you are going for an election, you are going for an election for a 4-year term initially, isn't it? Yeah, so your promises have to be in line with that term of office, right? That this is what I want you to elect me to do these things, right? But I think that we have a pretty good record in terms of honoring our promises. We've done some work to look at our 2016 manifesto, what proportion of those promises we've honored, and it has been 83% of the 2016 manifesto has been honored, 83%. And then when you look at the 2020 manifesto, 2020, even in the midst of all these crises, we are fulfilling, or we've fulfilled 80% of our 2020 manifesto. My opponent in his 2012 manifesto, when he became president, he only fulfilled 28%. We've done the numbers. 28% of his 2012 manifesto. 280 promises. He didn't fulfill 203 of the 280 promises. He only fulfilled 28% of his promises. So I think that we have a better record as far as fulfilling promises. And when I put something down, I usually have a good idea how I'm going to get it done. And so that is I think, something that we are going to look at. I think weak, the exchange rate will expose you, which is a truism. It was true then, and it's still true today. It's an economic truism that once the fundamentals weaken, you will see the impact on the exchange rate fundamentally. And when we talk about many of these fundamentals, you're talking about the GDP growth rate, you're talking about the fiscal balance, you're talking about the exchange, the reserves, level of the reserves that you have, inflation, and so on. When we came into office, during the first term before we hit COVID, between 2017 and 2019, you saw the fundamentals pretty much strengthening by all accounts. And exchange rate depreciated in those 3 years by less than 5%. That was the lowest depreciation in the currency for 28 years. 28 years. That was the lowest depreciation of the currency. I think we went up, even after COVID, we didn't get that high a depreciation. But the biggest shock for the economy came in 2022. All hell was breaking loose in 2022. Inflation, 54% as at November 2022. Exchange rate had depreciated at 54%. And of course, you could look at the fundamentals were in trouble at that time. You saw the fiscal deficit going up, you saw inflation going up, growth declining. And so for me, it wasn't surprised him, even though it was shocking the extent to which the exchange rate went. So the point that we are making is that once the fundamentals weaken, you will get it shown in the exchange rate. And this is why we have seen that recently, even though we're depreciating in November at 54%, this year the depreciation has been 18.6% so far, right? We're looking at about 18.6%. So you're looking at a situation this year. Why is the depreciation lower? Because the fundamentals have strengthened. The fiscal deficit is under 5%. We are running a primary surplus. Growth has gone up first quarter to 4.7%, higher than projected. The reserves are increasing, and the gold for oil program is helping. So as the fundamentals and inflation today is around 20%, so there's been a strengthening of the fundamentals, and you've also seen more relative exchange rate stability.
Welcome back to Key Point here on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7 and also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. Share your thoughts, as always, views, comments, and opinions with us as well. And we're live on a number of radio stations across the country, which I would be telling you as we go on. We're very, very interactive here on Key Point on TV3, also on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. What you just saw there is the interaction that, or the encounter that the flag bearer of the MPP had with the media. That's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia over the weekend. This was last Sunday. I'll be joined shortly by Professor Ransford Jampo. He's a professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon. Also, that shortly will be Dr. Frank Bano. Dr. Frank Bano is the head of research at Dankwa Institute, but also a member of the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia team. In fact, he is with the economics committee of the 2024 Manifesto of the NPP, and also director, head of research, in fact, at Dankwa Institute. But this morning, for the purpose of this conversation, he's speaking in his capacity as a member of the economics committee of the NPP 2024 Manifesto. The Honorable Isaac Adongo is Member of Parliament for the Bolgatanga Central Constituency. He also speaks for the Economics and Finance Committee of the NDC Manifesto. The Honorable Isaac Adongo, good morning. Welcome to Key Point.
Morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, by His grace.
Then this is the first time coming on Key Point over the last 2 years at least.
Yeah, the first time coming when you are hosting it.
Indeed.
Yes, but I've been here a couple of times.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. You always have a big platform. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, Professor Ransford Jampo, Professor of Political Science at the University of Ghana, Legon, also joining us in the studio. I'll welcome him shortly. But Dr. John Osai-Kwapong is also a Development and Democracy Fellow at the Center for Democratic Development, CDD. He's joining us on Zoom for a quick conversation on the issues this morning. Dr. Osai-Kwapong, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us here on Key Point. Now, the incumbent, as we have seen, also launching their manifesto. The Baumia has met the media. And then now, the responses and the reactions afterwards. We're going into this election where the NPP is presenting the incumbent vice president as the candidate for the party, and the NDC also having the former president coming back or seeking a comeback for that matter going into these elections. Very interesting dynamics. The stakes are high from where you sit and from what you're seeing right now. Reset or upgrade, where would the pendulum swing, or which message is getting the needed momentum based on your own reading of the atmosphere?
All of the indicators would suggest that this should be a turnover election, right? If you think of the cycles that we've been going through since 1992, every party gets 8 years. Yes, former President John Mahama got 4 years of his term in office, but his party had had 8 years at the end of 2016. So we've been going through 8-year cycles. In addition to the 8-year cycles, we are going into an election where we are coming off the back of some challenging economic times. The ruling party would even admit that there's been some challenges. Yes, they give their own reasons or they give reasons as to why we face those challenges. But on the back of the 8-year cycles we've been giving political parties, plus the challenges that have been experienced over the last couple of years, everything would suggest that this is an election that would result in a turnover, or in the way the NDC is putting it, that would result in a reset. But there's also something, I don't want to say odd, but there's something interesting that I am observing about this election. The NPP is actually campaigning as though they are an opposition party, but at the same time is also exhibiting quite a lot of confidence, which makes me feel as though they sense an opportunity to be able to convince Ghanaians that we don't need a reset, or as Baumia will put it, we need an upgrade. If you look at the last poll that came from Global Info Analytics, even though it still showed John Mahama as the likely winner of the election, you also do see some lost ground for him, and you see some decline in support. So it's making the election dynamics quite interesting, and the way it's been framed even makes it more interesting for the Ghanaian voter in terms of, do you want to go with a reset agenda, or do you want to go with an upgrade agenda? For me, ultimately, we are facing some challenges, social, economic, some governance challenges as well. The parties have put out ideas, and it is up to the Ghanaian voter to make their way through all of these proposals and ideas and go back to the first question that you ask, which is, given everything that I have felt, given all of these issues and all of these challenges, who do I trust to help address them for me?
And the emphasis on that question that you ended with, who do I trust to do what they said they were going to do, or do what they have promised to do? So the element of trust is the most important ingredient now for the next 98 days ahead of us. Now, how impactful would you say this position of people looking into their lives or their status of condition in terms of their conditions of living to influence their voting? Because I've had conversations over the period where some have suggested that this show was sitting that look at your conditions of living and decide on who to vote for is going to be one of the major considerations for voters going into this election. Do you see that as well?
I definitely do see elements of that where voters would give consideration to that famous statement, Shewa Sitnemuna Fatuaba. So there will be that element of the consideration of the issues. But I think it's also a political reality that every political party has a strong base of support they can always count on, whether in good times or in bad times. They can always count on a core group of supporters to vote for them. So I think that's where the parties would both be starting off from a base of support. The question or where the fight for the votes would come from would be those independents, neutrals, undecideds, people who may even be dissatisfied with the ruling party and are considering switching over, people crossing over as well from the other side. That is the middle where where the election would be decided. But overall, I also believe that the Ghanaian voter generally is sensitive to the issues, are not just prone to sloganeering anymore, that really they think of their economic situation, they think of their economic circumstances, and vote based on those economic circumstances, those living conditions, and make informed choices as to which party they want to go with. I mean, they could still be feeling the pinch in their pockets, but still choose to go with the incumbent. That's a possible outcome, that they will still trust that the incumbent can get them out of it. And then there are others who would look at the pinch they're feeling in their pockets and think, I want to try somebody else because I believe and trust that they are in a better position to be able to help me deal with the pinch that I'm feeling in my pocket.
So, and I'll bring you in here now on the conversation about that media encounter that the flag bearer of the MPP had and the answers that were given to some of the questions, which has generated conversation after this encounter. Now, one that got a lot of reaction is that answer he gave to the question of why he wouldn't do some of the things that he is promising to do now that he's vice president. As in, for instance, abolishing the e-levy, the tax on bet winnings, and so on. And then the answer that if he does all of these things, then what would he do when he becomes president? Or what message or manifesto would he be taking into the election? Politically correct, or think he got it wrong?
And then he laughed at the end of it. So for me, I took it as, it was a light-hearted moment that, sort of, he was just trying to make something funny out of, the whole situation. However, I think looking at the consequences of that answer, or how that answer could be misconstrued, it wasn't helpful to have framed his answer that way. I believe that after having said that, what he could have added to that was, but beyond that, though, the way the system works, the way governance works, there's so much I can do as vice president. At the end of the day, it's an Akufo-Addo administration, and therefore some of these things I would have to wait for a Bawumia administration if I win the election to be able to do. I think an expanded answer like that would have helped, because if you look at the post-media engagement conversation, it's the running commentary has focused on, if I do everything now, what then would I do as president? And then now it's turning into a bunch of all of these funny one-liners that has emerged from that. But I believe that an expanded answer to have said, look, the way governance works, we are still in an Akufo-Addo administration who may have his own priorities. Although I'm the vice president and a member of his political party, I may have my own priorities, which would have to wait to be executed under a Bawumia administration.
Well, thank you for the initial thoughts on this matter. Dr. John Osakwa is a Development and Democracy Fellow at the Center for Democratic Development, setting the pace. In fact, we'll continue the conversation from where you just ended. Joining us now is Dr. Frank Bano, who is the head of research at Dankwa Institute, and also a member of the Economics Committee of the 2024 NPP Manifesto for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Dr. Frank Bano, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Pardon me for my lateness.
No, that's fine. This is your first time, so we'll welcome you on Key Point.
Thank you. I'm grateful to be here.
Yes, the first time we met was when we were with ISODEC, many years ago.
Oh, we've met before?
Indeed. So,
it's a small world indeed.
You sojourning to go and see greener pastures out there. And, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Greener pastures.
I don't know much about the greener pastures aspect.
Anyway.
More or less, I went back to school.
Yes, indeed. And that's why you have a doctorate now. Welcome. Also, Isaac Adongo is indicated, is here with us. Zarago, good morning. Welcome once again.
Good morning.
Also, Professor Kobi Mensah is a political marketing strategist, lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School. Professor Kobi Mensah, it's good to have you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Be with us for the brief part of the morning. Professor Ransford Jampo is a professor of political science at the University of Ghana. Prof, it's good to have you again. Good morning to you.
Morning.
Welcome. He's also the president of the University of Ghana chapter of the University Teachers Association of Ghana, UTAG.
Yeah, that's my boss.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
don't put me and Kobe together.
That's why
you think alike.
You're going to take leave of him shortly. But it's good to then bring in Dr. Bano, because I'm sure there was an objective. There was a reason why you even had the flag bearer of the party meet the media on Sunday. Was that objective achieved after your assessment of the engagement, that 4-hour engagement on Sunday?
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to your listeners. Yes, I mean, we know the key role that the media plays. We know that, I mean, in real terms, the media is the fourth arm of government. I mean, we have the legislature, we have the executive, we have the judiciary, and in fact, the media is a very important arm of governance for every country, not just Ghana. And for that matter, anytime a candidate who is aspiring to lead a country like Ghana launches his manifesto, his vision that he seeks to espouse, he seeks to achieve once given the nod, it will be very, very important, or it is critical for that matter, to brief the media, which is very important. I mean, whatever conversation that takes place, whatever that needs to get down there, it is the media that needs to more or less trumpet these message. And for that matter, it is important that the media has absolute clarity in their minds in terms of the messaging that is being put out there. So regarding this particular pillar, then it became very important that the flag bearer meets with the media, for the media to further interrogate his vision and his policies to the Ghanaian populace, and also to be abreast with the key policies and the factors that they think could beset these policies, so that the flag bearer makes them very clear, provides clarity, provides the objectives of which certain important policies has been rolled out. And just when I was entering, I heard you talked about the fact that a question was posed to the flag bearer, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, as to why he, as vice president, hasn't implemented some of the fiscal policies that he sought to pursue once given the nod come December 7th and sworn in subsequently on January 7, 2024. And yes, I mean...
That answer that he gave,
yes.
You agree it was the right thing to say?
No, I think, I mean, you were there, right?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't
now,
there.
If you listen to the answer that he gave, I think beyond that, I think he went out to provide the reasons why.
What answer did he give?
The reasons that he said. And I think, just like Prof was saying, I think that answer was just something to spice the whole conversation. I don't think the actual answer was anchored in that particular statement, because he went on further to explain that, look, let's take an example of just recently the occurrences in the United States of America. I mean, Kamala never knew that she would be the DNC candidate for the 2024 elections in November. Kamala never knew this. I mean, we all knew that President Joe Biden was the one who was going to lead the DNC come November. I mean, he was actually the leader already, and we knew that he was going to be on the ballot in 2024. But fast forward, things changed, and then Kamala comes in. Now, Kamala, I think about a month ago, or less than a month ago, actually outlined her economic policies. And I don't know, Brad, if you've had the opportunity to interrogate her economic policies and just oppose it to that of Joe Biden and what Joe Biden sought to do, I mean, you could see that there's a stark contrast. But this is someone who has been with Joe Biden through and through since 2020 when he brought her on board. But you could see that she has her own vision. And just like you sit here, and just like any of us seated here this morning, I can tell you for a fact, let me take Honorable Adongo to be for his party. If Honorable Adongo today is given the nod to be flag bearer of the NDC, it will shock you that there are so many things that Honorable Adongo would seek to do differently from the just launched manifesto. And it's normal with every human institution. And we also know that any time a budget is presented, the budget that is presented to Parliament is presented in the name of the sitting president. The sitting president has his own objectives. The sitting president has things that he wants to do, and based on that, a budget is drafted. And once a budget is sent to Parliament, and we have a parliamentarian here, Parliament deliberates on it and approves that budget for that fiscal year, so in that matter, the 2024 fiscal year, it is very difficult for you to say the vice president should change, because, you know, if the vice president today wants to change the fiscal regime in terms of the tax aspect that you were talking about, it's something that needs to go through Parliament. It needs to go through the budget statement.
And indeed, that's that part of the conversation that many have. So you want us to not place too much premium on the first part that he says, you know what, if I do all of the things I'm saying right now, what will I do if I become president, or what message will I take into the manifesto?
Yeah,
you want us to you take it as a joke?
No, I'm not saying it's a joke. I mean that was just to spice the conversation. That's what I mean. But the point I'm making is, if you listen to him, he went on to explain, and I mean he went on to explain the things that I'm saying.
But from what you said, I mean, before even this today, there's been that proposal that, look, if he sees good reason in abolishing e-levy and also the tax on bet winnings, if that is done, it would enhance his fortunes going into the election. That is, if that is done before the elections. So, unless, of course, the suggestion is that he's proposed it to President Akufo-Addo, and President Akufo-Addo doesn't think that is the wise thing to do.
Okay, so that's why I spoke about the tax, the fiscal regimes. I mean, if you take, for example, let me take the 2024 budget statement. The 2024 budget statement has a part that deals with expenditure. It has a part that deals with expected revenue. I mean, the budget review actually revised the expenditure, I think, from 224.6 billion Ghana cedis to, I think, about 220 billion Ghana cedis. Now, in terms of revenue, per the media budget, expected revenue is supposed to be around 178.2 billion Ghana cedis, thereabout. Now, this expected revenue is based on the existing tax regime, if you know that for a fact.
Right.
Now, what does Dr. Bawumia seek to do? What Bawumia seeks to do is that, look, I want to change the fiscal regime. And Bright, if you're a history of economics and if you've looked at our economic architecture and the tax regime in Ghana, one thing that is clear is that since independence, the tax regime that we inherited from our colonial masters is the same tax architecture that we have practiced today. Not much has been made in terms of the fiscal regime, in terms of the tax structure. We've been in that progressive tax regime, of which hasn't bring in much. I mean, if you take our tax to GDP ratio since, in fact, let me say on your show that Ghana recorded its first fiscal deficit in 1959, just 2 years after independence, and this is a public record that you can verify. You see, so that tells you that in terms of revenue, we haven't gotten it right. And anytime your revenue is low, the tendency for you to have a fiscal deficit because, demand for public goods and services is that high. Every day, every year, you have graduates coming out and most of these...
Which is a fair point. What I was asking for is these policies, in fact, he's been commended for that abolishing e-levy and all of that.
Yes.
It's good because we've seen the regressive nature of that tax policy.
Yes.
How about do it now?
Yeah, so that's the point I was making. That's the point I'm building, right? So I was coming to that point that you were asking me, why not now? And I'm making the point that the 2024 budget is hinged on the current fiscal regime. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now, how does Dr. Bawumia seek to change this fiscal regime? You see, if you are going to abolish something, it means that you should be able to put in measures to make sure there are no shortfalls. And I quite remember that during the media engagement, one journalist asked that if you seek to do A, B, C, D in terms of reducing certain taxes or abolishing certain taxes, how do we make sure that we are going to fill in these gaps that may occur because we will no longer be getting that revenue? So that's why I am coming to the fiscal regime, that what Dr. Bawumia seeks to do, one of the reasons why he says he will abolish this is that his government, if given the nod by Ghanaians, he is going to implement a new tax regime. And this new tax regime will be designed in such a way that it wouldn't be just as we have it now, because currently the tax regime is borne by a few. So anytime you increase even a 1% or 0.1% increase in the tax regime, it is only a few who have been identified in the tax bracket who bore the cost of this tax regime. So Dr. seeks to expand this tax regime. And by expanding this tax regime, and he rightly said it on, I think, last 2 weeks in Takoradi during his speech. Now, he said that current estimates by GRA shows that even if we can expand our existing tax regime by 13% of GDP, by broadening that base, that alone can bring in about 150 billion Ghana cedis. And this is an estimate that is done by the Ghana Revenue Service. So based on the new tax regime that he is going to roll out, then it gives him that fiscal space for him to be able to take certain taxes which has become a burden and quote-unquote a nuisance on the Ghanaian population. So that's what he seeks to do.
So essentially he cannot, or he hasn't proposed the abolishing of the e-levy and tax on bet winnings to the president now. He hasn't done that.
I don't have that information as I sit here, so I cannot confirm or deny that.
But do you think that if that's done before the elections, it would enhance his chances?
So that is what I'm making the point, that the budget has already been passed. And for that matter, given the existing... So that's what I was talking about, revenue and expenditure. Now, given the existing revenue and expenditure that we have already, if such taxes are to be removed today, how do we make up for the difference that comes in? So that's the point that I'm making. That's why I'm saying that what Dr. Bawumia seeks to do different is that he seeks to implement a new tax regime, which will broaden the tax base. So if these taxes are taken off, in fact, like I said, for example, let's take... the e-levy, for example. We know that the e-levy is approximately giving us, I think, about 1 billion Ghana cedis. So if you
just are taking... around that figure.
Yeah, just around, I think about 900 and something, approximately about 1 billion Ghana cedis. So if you are taking 1 billion Ghana cedis off the table today, how do you make up for that difference?
Have you thought about that?
No, I'm asking you that question. So that's why I'm making that point, because we are saying that why shouldn't it be taken out now? And I'm saying that because of the existing tax regime, it will be very difficult to make up for that difference. But what Dr. Bawumia says, and I'm giving the justification why Dr. Bawumia says he can do it. And he can do it simply because he seeks to implement a new tax regime, which will be able to generate more than what we even get from e-levy by bringing about more than 13% of the population that are not currently on the tax bracket. So in that vein, he'll be able to take away a lot of the taxes that you yourself have enumerated here without having any shortfalls.
And I make reference to what has been enumerated in the manifesto that you launched 2 weeks ago. And I asked this question premised on the fact that this conversation about the e-levy being off our books has been going on for almost a year and a half now. So it is not even before this budget was read. It was actually a consideration, a proposal to the finance minister to have that captured in the 2024 budget that was read sometime in November last year. So he being a chair of the economic management team, and at the time was also flag bearer of the NPP, there was that consideration that yes, to the extent that he had been quiet on e-levy all the while, and the first time he speaks about it, he says he's going to abolish it. Then there was that indication that he knew that there was something wrong with that tax handle. And so if that was ever proposed to the president and he did not see reason in that, then that also presents another challenge altogether. But this is why I bring in Professor Kobe-Mensah, because you also watched what happened and the messages and responses that were given to the questions that were asked, regardless of the structure and the process that it took. Did they tick the box for you? Quickly.
Anyway, thank you, Alfred. I think that the principle that the Bawumia campaign seeks to push, and I'm sure you would agree with most Ghanaians who find it very challenging, that principle. Obviously, you are in a team that is governing, yet you're expressing change. And I am sure that anybody who actually disagrees with you would appreciate the challenge. Now, I can imagine a marketing manager sitting here or coming to your show and saying that my boss is doing something wrong. And if I come, or if I'm given the CEO position, I'm going to change the content of the product, I'm going to change the pricing, I'm going to change that. I am sure that such a marketing manager, you wouldn't leave this studio. You're going to have a call from your boss to say that you can't come to my office because you are the marketing manager. You're supposed to actually articulate the kind of product currently that we're selling. If there's something wrong with it, all right, you've got to tell the production team, you've got to actually present it to the board, and then they have to do something about it. You would not allow the consumers to consume an unwholesome product in anticipation that when you become the CEO, you're going to change it. I think that is very serious and very difficult principle for anybody to actually take that position. However, you had also disclosed that when it came to the go for oil, your boss listened to you and implemented your innovative, ideas. But the point is, why didn't your boss take the same recommendation with regards to the taxes? That's a very challenging position. I mean, I have always said that my number one reasons why I'm against the Bawumia campaign is because of the change in principle. Change in principle, completely. Currently, as you're saying, you said that we shouldn't take what Bawumia said on a face value because the answer lies beyond what he said.
Well, yes, it says that
That's
was just to spice up the moment, isn't
exactly.
it?
But you also criticize the former president for saying that I am a dead goat. When you play that tape, which most media houses have been playing it over and over again, it tells you the context that he actually said those things. You actually criticize the former president for saying that, there was another quote that you guys keep quoting about the former president, that I'm not a magician. You remember that about giving the student jobs, where he said that you have to do your own bit, all right?
But what is wrong with Dr. Bawumia having
is
his policies different from the administration he serves
There is
in?
everything wrong with it, on the premise that the president actually touted clearly and convinced the NPP the National Executive Committee the committee that actually select or agrees to the candidacy, all right, he convinced them that I am actually going for, that's 2008. I was in England, but I actually followed the sequence.
Okay.
He convinced them to say that I am actually going for this gentleman because of his credentials in economics. In fact, I remember PC Apia Ofori sternly against Dr. Baumea's candidacy. But the president did a good job by convincing, just like they're saying now that we should give the economy to an economist, all right? The president convinced the MPP leadership that because of his credentials, and I don't think he was wrong in saying that, because if you're saying let's give this position to Prof. Jampo because, all right, he's an academic, consummate academic, he's actually been in front of UTAG, etc. And so we should give him vice president. I don't think that anybody will be wrong in actually saying that, because he has the credentials. But here is the case. If the president had actually defended boldly his choice, all right, based on his expertise, how then would you argue that the same expertise the president is not taking it? And as a result, you have to be the boss before you can actually get the opportunity to implement it. I think it's a very strange, and that's why reasonable people find it difficult to accept. Look, the only person who would accept the principle of Dr. Baumea's campaign are the activists. The people who are passionate about the party.
Whether Dr. Baumeah is aware, for instance, whether Dr. Baumeah has made that proposal to the president to abolish the e-levy. Even before he made that announcement in that policy statement he read sometime in February. He said he's not aware. But then again, you take the position that to the extent that he's EMT chair, he sits in cabinet, is the vice president, he should have whispered it into the ears of the president by now about the downside of the e-levy.
No, but the man had.
Sorry.
Just to give an information that long before we heard him speak about e-levy last
February.
No, he had on radio spoken against e-levy, that he believed that it was
against generally
taxing the poor. I think he had said something.
Yeah, actually, on
but
it's important.
So in principle, you have to be clear. Because, see, I find it challenging to think that if I have to support what Dr. Baumeah says, I find it challenging to my conscience, because then I'm not being truthful to my conscience.
Why
because it's illogical. It's completely illogical from my profession perspective and from my general conscience perspective. It would be illogical for marketing person, consummate political marketing person, to accept that particular argument. And so I don't find comfortable. Sometimes people say, oh, so you don't find anything good about Dr. Baumea's position? I said, well, he's a fantastic gentleman. I have always said, look, if I show you the piece that I wrote about this man in 2014, you will marvel. Why the change?
Dr. Baumeah?
Yeah, why the change in my position? I wrote a piece about the branding of this guy in 24 days in the docket. And like many other people, we were marvel about how he espoused politics, all right? The principal position that he had. And the complete change. I find it so strange. And I always challenge myself just to see whether I can appreciate his position. But I can't, because in my professional perspective, I don't find it logical. In my conscience, I don't see how you would use these things to accuse somebody. Yet when you are being, we have something called content appropriation in political marketing. When you are being measured by the same thing, you said, no, my case should be different. How should that be possible? You said that somebody said he's not a magician. You said somebody suspended, nurses' allowances. But in the media encounter, they pointed out to you that some people haven't received the money. In fact, you accused the former president of incompetency. In the media encounter, you were told that COCOBOD, one of the most influential institution in our finances, you say you have no clue. If it was Mahama. And let us be very, very frank.
So you are comparing vice president to a president? Or
no. Don't bring it at the question.
No,
but I'm talking about communication principle.
Oranges.
I'm talking about communication principle. And that's why I find it very strange.
You know that the baseline
I am a consummate academic. But what I'm saying is that communication principle. If you say that somebody was highly incompetent, all right, and you are in the position, vice presidential position is not a chicken feed, all right? And you're seeking to become a president. And they ask you, do you know Cocoa Board is actually collapsing? And I don't know whether it's collapsing or not. That was the question. That was the question that you were asked. And you competently said that, I don't know. Ask yourself, if it was Mahama who has actually said that in his years, well, you can imagine what happened. So for me, it is the principle. Look, you asked Emisata how many questions? He was a vice president.
Yes, and that's vice president.
But when they asked Dr. Bawumia as a vice president, he's deflecting it. And he says, you can't do that. I mean, for me, be frank with you, I find it very challenging. And I don't see any reasonable citizen who doesn't find this principle very challenging. So if you don't, you are the activist. That's the job. You're supposed to support your party through and through. If you're a political operationist, so in the end, but if you're a very ordinary Ghanaian as me, you must find these very, very challenging.
Did that encounter market Dr. Bawumia?
No, it doesn't. I think that Alfred, if you look at from a marketing perspective, all right, and we're looking at the image, the brand image. Forget about the idea that he was fidgeting with his microphone. I do what I call prosodic coding, right? When I'm doing research, you can't ask people whether you're corrupt.
What has that got to do with it?
Yeah, it's communication. It's communication. You can't ask people whether they are corrupt for them to give you a straight answer. So in such situations, we use certain approach called prosodic. That's the theory for coding, how to talk about issues, etc. If I use that to measure what he was saying from a communication perspective, he was struggling, all right? So from a marketing perspective, I don't think that the competency that he is known to embody really showed up on that particular day. Forget about even the straight answer that he gave. On the count of non-verbals, and I can tell you, every communication person watching that particular encounter and measuring it against the communication framework that we use to measure, he was finding it difficult. Look, there was one question he spent 23 minutes. The question about the former president accusing you of no longer being the economic messiah. He spent 23 minutes on that question. It tells you that he was struggling. So he didn't serve the purpose.
I see. Well, Dr. Competence, now I just want us to play exactly that answer to the question that you've been responding to. Let's listen to that. Let's listen to that answer. And then I'll come to Professor Meza. Gentlemen.
Okay. Other issue was that we wanted to do these tax reforms, import duty, flat tax, tax amnesty, and so on. But why don't I do it now? And why do I want to? I must have a manifesto. Otherwise, if I do everything now, if I could, what would I do when I come into office? I mean, how can you do everything now? Even President Mahama, former president, who was president, I'm only vice president, but he was president. Why didn't he do everything then? I mean, why is he coming back? He had full authority. I don't have full authority. The budget that has gone to Parliament, which has been passed, is not my budget. Is it my budget? It's not my budget. The budget goes in the name of the president. It doesn't go in the name of the vice president. But when you have to think about what new do you want to do, you come up with new ideas. And I've come up with new ideas, which I want to do when we come into office. Everyone who is running for office, whether you are Kamala Harris or you are Bawumia, you still have to think about what you have to do when you get into office. And this is why I'm presenting my new ideas.
Welcome back. That's what Dr. Bawumia said in answering that. So the first part, Dr. Bano's proposal is that, I mean, as was suggested, he says we should take it as a spice to. You think that in context and communication, we that cannot
we can't
be wished
take it
away.
as a spice. You see, in political communication, there are many ways that we do express, all right? If he meant it as a spice, he could have actually adjusted with a disclosure.
Okay.
By saying, I'm only kidding. He didn't say that, all right? Top of mind awareness. That's exactly what he had in mind.
I mean, that big laughter. That big laughter.
No, you can laugh about a response because to show that you do not have any other response. Look, my PhD supervisor said, if you say, you are listing things and you say 1, 2, and you say etc., it means that you don't know the rest. If you're saying so many things, all right, and then you mention 1, 2, at least so many things, you must mention 5. If you mention 1, 2, and etc., it tells you they don't know the rest. What I'm saying is that
went further.
No, what I'm saying is that
so let's note that
he must have actually adjusted his communication by saying that I'm only kidding. All right, we could have used it as a pass for lighting up the moment. All right, and these are some of the things that you guys must learn. Political communication is not a cheap thing. It's not easy. People take it for granted, and I tell people, because of lived experience, everybody thinks that you can communicate appropriately. No, there are measures, there are rules of the engagement. That's why you would actually take up Mahama when he said that corruption as a person, as a human being, and then you take it up. You are being measured the same way with your content, and you are now saying, as for me, I have to be exempted from that. I think that in principle position, it doesn't work.
There are two different 6 after 8. Now, let me do Professor Bransford Jampo on this, because you see, in the end, Professor Kobi-Mensah makes reference to the utter or the answers to the questions, the context in which they were giving, and whether it even makes the expected impact or not. Now, these were answers that borders on governance, seeking the mandate of the people. As a professor of political science, and some of the answers that he gave, which Professor Kobi-Mensah says, it really is a bit questionable. Dr. Bano wants us to look at it differently. How did that strike you?
All right, thank you very much. Before then, I have received another message. I've been receiving this message for some time now. Produce buying company, produce workers PBC. At the produce buying company are complaining that for 13 months up to now they've not been paid, and and someone has always been sending me this message, and when I sat here, he sent the same message. 13 months.
You don't remember we've been having this conversation, in fact, at least here on Ghana Tonight, at least.
Yeah,
they went on demonstrations.
So, Dr. Bano, add your voice to it and let them be paid. I'm sure all these things would contribute to the electoral fortunes of the party that
PBC, right?
Yeah, PBC. Yeah, very important. Okay, so on Dr. Bawumia and what he said and the whole idea of media encounter, I want to have a holistic assessment of everything that was done there. I must put it on record that I have a lot of respect for Dr. Bawumia, and I think that in my view, he came in as a very gentle person, and I want him to stick to that posture, because there are people who are rough and they appeal to a certain segment of the voting population, and there are people who are very gentle and they also have the kinds of people they appeal to. And sometimes in an attempt to switch from one posture or persona to the other, you have a lot of difficulty. So I believe he's a gentleman. He should play his politics as a gentle person he is, and then he would definitely have the people he appealed to. He will definitely endear himself to the people that he appeals to. The media encounter. I try to look at the caliber of people that he encountered. Number one, how were they selected? You said you were not there, but okay, how were they selected? We heard that some people were not allowed to go. Why were they not allowed to go? And then, more importantly, what were the questions that they posed? Some asked very sensible questions. Some asked very useless questions. If you've had the opportunity to speak to a presidential hopeful, you are supposed to articulate concerns that reflect the mood and sensibilities of the good people of Ghana. Some asked very sensible questions. Some asked very useless questions. And I wonder how they got the opportunity to be there. And in terms of responding, the responses of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you see, I was a bit surprised. You see, I have followed the conduct of I have followed such engagement with people who are expected or who are perceived to be very discerning from 2004 when I worked at the IEA till 2018 that I left. So when I was there, we're doing what we called media engagement, town hall meetings, and presidential debates. Now, oftentimes, ruling governments do not participate in presidential debates. Okay, ruling governments would always want to shun presidential debates. In the history of presidential debates in Ghana, I think it's only one that a certain government participated, and that was 2012, when NDC in government had actually boycotted. They said they were not going to do it. Then suddenly, Professor Mills died. And Mahama had just less than 3 months to contest an election. And an election that he was not prepared to contest. And then suddenly, the sitting president died. And then he had to find a way to engage the people and there himself. So then the NDC that had gone out of its way to say we will not participate suddenly came back, okay, to say they will participate. So that's the first time. And the reason why certain governments always shy away from such engagement is that they see that, look, you are going to be if it's debate, for instance, you are going to be, if you don't take time, ambushed by so many or the rest of the aspirants who may not be happy with what is going on, and they're going to be throwing they are going to highlight the challenges and heap all the blames, on you. So they would always want to stay away from such platforms where the blames may be heaped on them by the other aspirants. Now, whether you like it or not, it is only the one who is not asleep and pretending to be sleeping who would openly and boldly say that things are not hard in Ghana. It is only the one who wants to tickle himself and laugh who will say that things are not hard in Ghana. It is only the one who is benefiting from what is going on. It is only the one who doesn't buy fuel. It is only the one who doesn't go to the market, or when he goes to market, whatever he buys, he has enough resources being sponsored, given to him or her by the state. Who would say that things are not hard? I mean, to the ordinary Ghanaian, things are very difficult. As I speak to you as UTAC president, I have my members who are going on retirement. And they keep asking me, is my pension going to be paid? Are we going to receive? It's never happened before. You work hard, And when you are going on pension, you smile to the bank. We have our GU. People are asking, so are they going to pay? There are so many things that are happening that are unprecedented. Okay. Now, so if you are a vice president and you've been given the mandate to lead your party as flag bearer, and we are in such difficult times, and some or many of the difficulties cannot be placed at your doorstep, it becomes surprising for you to mount that platform that I want to engage them. You see, but when he decided to do that, I said, well, Ojaya was on one channel, but not that one thing. Okusie say, or bet na quantum ponsua, Onibrika na or akukudru. So how do I say it in English? Ojaya was on one channel. See, a goat that is confident is always. So, well, some of the things you say it in the tree. See, Okusi say obet na kwantimpon. So if you see Okusi on the high road, it means it is either it has the power to run faster, or it is very confident. So I said, well, the man knows what he's up to. So if he wants to engage, then let us listen to. But I thought that politically it was an unwise thing. Because
to engage the media?
Yes, because no, hold on. Because you were going to be taking on questions and blame of your boss that you may not be able to proffer adequate answer to. And if you are not able to answer adequately, then you take the blame. For instance, I was very worried about his response about the Tamale Sunyani shooting, Techiman shootings. You could see that it's not this one. It cannot be blamed on him, but he was boxed in the corner to respond, and then you can see the stammering and others. Oh, these things are not good for him. Let me say it. Some people in the NDC, they don't like it when I say, but let me say it. You see, go read our constitution and look at the role that is given to a vice president. Just go and read it. See, a vice president has no role apart from some minor things that are given. So if you have a president...
No, but the president gave him a role.
I don't know what... I mean, that he was coming to fix the problem. Yes. Oh, let me do my argument. So the point is, honestly...
Bamian has also given the point.
And honestly, see, if you get a daring president, a president who wants to be a political king kong, a president who loves fans, a president who wants to take every accolade and every praise, he would not give you anything to do. You will just be there. And so it may well be true that the president told the whole of Ghana that, look, Bawumia is going to do X, Y, Z. But if he said that, it may just be that, well, I was saying that, when he was being made, he was being considered, there were huge rejections. People didn't like it. And the president had to say things to win the hearts of those who didn't like it. So it may well be that
he was sold as
it may well be that the president used those descriptions just to sell him. I'm just making a point. You let me finish. So it is possible that he came in. It is so copy. Stop that. I said, don't put me and copy together.
It's okay.
So it may well be that president just marketed him, but you get in there and you see the power blocks. I'm telling you, there are power blocks in the MPP now that are more powerful than the vice president, even though he's number 2. So you see the power blocks. We know of the conflict between him and the finance minister. That finance minister was not even attending his meetings. And all. We know. So you see the power blocks, and you know that you see your smoothness level. That you may be a running mate, you may have been marketed, but then eventually there may be nothing that you may be able to do. But you see, to be taken serious, I would have laughed to hear, and I would have respected him even more if he had appealed to Ghanaians, if he had confessed
He's done that.
No, you don't know where I'm going. Let me finish.
Yeah, he's done that.
Let me go. You don't know where I'm going.
On the 18th.
No. I know where I'm going. You wait.
No, just for the record.
No.
You see,
we would come to that.
Ponko Mama Agenda. You see, if your Ponko is going somewhere, he knows where he's going. He doesn't care.
Yes.
So you let me go. I know where I'm going. Ponko Mama Agenda. You see, listen. When you were in an opposition, you created an impression in the psyche of many Ghanaians that a vice president has so much to do to change the governance of a country. So you hunted Kwesi Emisa Atta. Every opportunity that you had, you told him your mind, culminating in the posing of the 170 questions. Well, you see, Emisa Atta, a gentleman, he would just nod and then just move away, and he was not. But in my mind, you festered a certain impression in the psyche of many Ghanaians that a vice president can do so much. And now Kwesi Emisa Atta was being incompetent. He couldn't do this, he cannot do that, he cannot do. He said all that. Okay, the man is dead and gone. Now you have become a vice president. When you went in there, then you realized that so many things cannot be done by a vice president, and that's how come you keep referring to yourself as being there and being only a mate. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, when you started referring, or before referring yourself to being only a mate, what would have won the hearts of Ghanaians would have been a public apology, first of all, to the family of the late Emisa Atta. That look, Emisa Atta and your family, I was wrong. When I was in opposition, I thought the vice president could do so much, but I got into the seat and realized that you can do nothing.
You should have apologized.
I am sorry to the family of Emisa Atta for doing those things to you. You see, there is nothing wrong. In fact, people don't know when you are wrong and you say you are sorry. You have a critical mass of discerning citizenry who see you more as a darling. J.A. Kufuor, let me come to that. It was Kufuor who provoked me to undertake my first ever published paper, ministerial appointments and government expenditure in Ghana. Okay? It was Kufuor who provoked me to do this. He had criticized Jerry Rawlings. He has likened and compared Ghana to America, and said, if you compare Ghana to America, Ghana is like, it's a Lilliputian state. If you read Gulliver's Travel. Yes. Lilliputian state. Ghana is a very small, minute, infinitesimal state compared to America. But America had less than 40 ministers, and Ghana then, under Jerry Rawlings, had 82 ministers. Kufuor made a big deal out of it. Now, Kufuor became president, and then he appointed 88 ministers. And then you guys in the media went to ask him, but you were criticizing Rawlings. Why that he had 82 ministers? Why have you appointed 88 ministers? And Kufuor said, yes, I am sorry. When I was in opposition, I saw things different. See, it's like draft. When you get into that, when you get to sit down and then you are playing, then you see that you don't know anything. Okay, so the man J. Kufuor came in to say that, look, I apologize. I said it when I was in opposition, but when I got there, I realized that things were different. So forgive me. The same Kufuor was likened to Atai by Rawlings. Kufuor Atai. And then he got angry and responded harshly to Rawlings. And when he responded harshly to Rawlings, there were people, elderly people around him who were happy. And there was what can be actually elderly people around him. But see, elderly partisan sycophants around him who were very happy. But some discerning people later went to him and said, Mr. Kufuor, you spoke out of character. This is not who you are. And that's why I'm saying that Bawumia should be himself. We know him to be a gentleman. He said, you spoke out of character. That is not who you are. You shouldn't have responded to Kufuor Ataye. The next time he had opportunity, he apologized to Ghanaians that I think I spoke out of character. I shouldn't have said that. And people applauded. So my point is that Dr. Bawumia should have first apologized to the family of Emisata. That, look, when you were vice president, I was hunting you. I thought you could do X, Y, Z. But I got to become a vice president, and I realized that, hey, the position of a vice president, especially when you are working with a president like Nana Akufo-Addo, that you can see his utterances, his posturing, his persona, and the kinds of things that he does. He loves power. He's a political king Kong. And so, if he decides to surround himself with other power blocks, then you are a pale shadow of yourself as a vice president, because there's nothing that you can do much to bring influence. So you should have said this, apologize to Ghanaians, and after apologizing, then you can say, now I'm looking for the opportunity to be myself. Clearly, there are so many things that he can't do, because I heard him, and you rightly mentioned that he said on Peace FM, he openly, before the introduction of e-levy, he had openly said he didn't like it. But if he didn't like it and he was number 2, why is his dislike? Why did his dislike not reflect in the final policy? It tells you that you may be a vice president.
Some people said that he opposed it, but his voice could only reach so far.
So it tells you that you may be a vice president, but there is an extent to which your voice could go. And so, in that regard,
the EMT only provides an advisory role to cabinet. That is very, very important.
Okay, fine. So then Mr. Atta, who was heading the EMT that could only advise, was hunted severely, hardly, and harshly. Okay? And so if you did that, and then you got in to realize that your role could merely be advisory, what should you do to those of us who can discern?
Yep.
You should come. Yep. First of all, say that when you guys were talking, I was quiet. Why enjoying so much?
Sorry.
You are worrying me.
Yes.
So you see, I thought that you people too.
Gentlemen.
That thing that you want to do, I don't like. Let me continue. You see, you are making me even. For example, I will say whatever I want to say anyway. So don't heckle me. Okay, so you should have apologized first when you had that opportunity, and then also coming back to the kinds of things. You see his responses. Some of the things you could see that look, this one you are just taking on the baggage of somebody who has misgoverned, and it was, for me, it wasn't too good. I don't think that it achieved. You are looking for votes. You are looking for votes. So I would advise, it's free consultancy, go to the people who vote. But if you can't, because given the press, the difficulties of the time, if you meet any discerning person, I mean, the kinds of questions that they may ask and the responses that you may give, given the fact that you were not really in charge. I mean, you may be a pale shadow of yourself. Put that aside. You see, the claim, this is what annoys me. You see, and forgive me, I get angry not because of things that affect me. Things that affect me directly, I don't get angry. Right. But maybe I was created to serve other people. So if I represent a certain people and then you offend them, it angers me. And I believe that I speak for Ghana. I don't care about what anybody, whatever anybody feels. I speak for Ghana. The claim that over 80% of campaign promises have been achieved, worried me, and it annoyed me.
They've done their metrics and they have the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you see, my teacher, you see, listen. We've been in Ghana for all this while. Anytime governments get the opportunity to speak through their finance ministers in parliament, they talk about things that have been achieved that are completely nonsensical to the ordinary people. Macroeconomic, we have done this, macroeconomic stability, GDP,
and then how do we generate macroeconomic? And then we generate it from the micro. So you can't just rubbish it like that.
My brother.
No, it's important we establish that fact.
My brother, in fact, there were so many things that you were saying. I didn't like them. I've chronicled them here, but I just didn't want to interject. So I think on this particular platform, this is what we do. You just allow me to finish, and then you can then come in. Okay, so please let me finish. You see, you've made me forget about what I was saying. What was I saying? What was I saying? Tell me.
No. I don't remember.
You see, I don't remember.
Prof, you were on the path of the macro.
No, so my point is that, you see, the essence of governance is not to tout abstract achievements. The essence of governance is to affect the tangible necessities of the people who are the ultimate repository of the power that you seek to exercise or that you exercise. So we have achieved over 80% of our manifesto promise. So I ask myself, inflation rate, what is it now in the lives of the people? CD dollar rates, what is it now? It's affecting the lives of people. Quality of governance, what is it now? Affecting the lives of people. Corruption perception index, what is it now? You can just list all the indicators and indices. List all the indicators and indices, the statistics and all. Look at all of them. Do before and after. And see, but these things are having direct and telling impact on the lives of the people. So you see, it becomes annoying when I'm hungry, and then you tell me that where did he? When I am hungry and you tell me that I fed you. You see, and Michael Quay, my professor, my teacher, he told me, he said, I call him a philosopher king. He told me that no man writes his epitaph. Do you know epitaph? Epitaph is the signpost that when you die and they bury you, they put on your on top of your tomb that says so and so, born on this, died this. Epitaph. Nobody writes his own. It is somebody, when you are dead, it's somebody who will write it for you and then put it where you have been buried. No one writes his epitaph. Similarly, he is a lecturer. No students set his own examination questions. In fact, teaches himself, set his own examination questions, and then mark. And then after marking, he will score himself 80% or more. And he's a PhD holder, I'm sure, so he understands what I'm saying. No student does that. You will study. You write your exam, and somebody sits down and assess what you have written. Okay? So, the assessors of the government, the assessors of the achievements of this particular regime are the ordinary people. And it is their lifestyle, their living condition that they use in determining or in making such an assessment. Visionary leaders, Alfred, don't be doing okay. Prof. Visionary leaders. So around the time that Nkrumah was overthrown, he felt he had not done anything.
Yes. You keep in time.
Right.
Hey,
Prof, I need to do
so you see, visionary leaders, visionary leaders and people who have actually achieved, they don't talk about what they have achieved.
Okay.
They leave other people who are the beneficiaries of the achievement to tell those achievements. I've taken care of so many people as a lecturer, and sometimes you are there and somebody sends you a text, say, if it hadn't been you, I wouldn't have been here. And I don't even remember. You don't even remember. Those who benefited. Why have you done your face like that?
Because your time is up. And let's take a listen to what Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia said about the manifesto achievements that you say you don't agree.
Then afterwards I'll come back.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Let's listen to Dr.
How many minutes did you give to me?
Let's listen.
Of mind as to what I want to do from day one as president. I will not ask you for a honeymoon to cool off and think about what to do with the responsibility you give me. I am prepared and ready to serve. You know what I stand for. You know my vision. I believe in the ingenuity of the Ghanaian. Together we can succeed in building a progressive society of possibilities, enterprise, compassion, open opportunities, and shared prosperity for every Ghanaian, born rich or poor, born in the north or the south, born Christian or Muslim, born a girl or a boy, a leper or a disabled person. I have never been president of Ghana before. I am presenting myself to you for the first time to ask for your precious vote to.
Well, that's Dr. Mahmoud Obama there. And you see, that position that you take about this EMT being an advisory role, it's to some very convenient to take that position sometimes when you are making the argument of some of the things that Bawumia is said to have opposed. But then again, there are some things that the president listened to him on, right?
Yeah.
And which he has consistently made reference to.
Yes.
Digitalization and other things that he proposed and the president implemented. So what happened if it is indeed the case that he opposed e-levy? He wasn't listening to.
Is that a question for me?
For me?
No, yes, Dr. Bama.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you adding to your time? Because I'm not finished. I've not said what I want to say.
You finished.
Because
you spoke more minutes than me.
I need a quick response from you on that.
Yeah, the question that he
because I need to come to.
You see, and I love it that we have professors on this table. You see, when you are doing a PhD, okay, you have a supervisor. Okay, and I love the examples that Prof is giving academic examples. That's why I'm bringing in this academic example. So when you do a PhD, you have a supervisor. But one thing that your supervisor will tell you is that it is your PhD. It is not his.
Okay.
Your supervisor can make input. But the fact that it is your PhD, you can decide to accept some of the input that your supervisor make or not. And I'm seeing this on my own experience.
It is true.
Yes.
Yeah, it is true.
You see?
Right.
So coming back to governance, is the same. You have a boss. You can so you can make proposals. There are some that your boss can conveniently say, yes, with this, I agree with you, and that we are going to implement it. There are some of the proposals that you can equally make, and your boss will tell you that with this particular proposal, though I think it is good, but for now, I think it will not be feasible.
So the relationship between you and then Mr. Atta should have been tempered by this truism that you articulated.
Prof.
It should have been tempered by this truism
to achievements. Prof. You are talking about in terms of achievements, right? What?
No. You espoused a certain academic relationship between a supervisor and then a student.
Yes, and I'm glad you know this. You see, Alfred, just a minute. You see, one thing that is factual, and it is maybe it is debatable, but it's highly factual, is that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, under this Fourth Republic, and if you want, go out there and seek public opinion on it. Just like Prof said, I mean, we are both academic, we are all academics, so we will have to do an opinion poll on this. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the most effective vice president that we have had in this country.
Effective in what sense?
Now let me give you effective in what sense. You see, if you have listened to the vice president, if you have paid attention to him, he said upon assuming office, and in fact, you were the one who, Alfred, you made reference to his February 7th.
I thought you were going to respond to the issue I raised rather than.
Alfred asked a direct question. I'll come to that.
There was a statement he makes, which I'm asking a specific question.
Yeah, and that is what I've answered. That's what I've answered. That's what I'm coming to measure.
Before the effectiveness, before the effectiveness.
Let me finish with the effectiveness, then Prof, I'll come and answer your questions.
No.
Yeah, Alfred, you're old. Yeah. Oh, no, I'll answer it. You see, Alfred, that's why I spoke about systems and data. Okay? Now, let's take, for example, the Ghana card. this idea of having a unique ID for Ghanaians has been there since from day one independence. Mm-hmm. Governments have come, governments have gone. President Kufuor actually started this whole idea that he wanted to, not started, but this whole idea of reigniting Ghanaians having a unique identification card. If you remember, President Kufuor, he couldn't achieve it. Now, the NDC government under the late former President John Evans Atta Mills also assumed power in 2009. I remember in 2009, I actually went to queue for this same Ghana ID card. And I'm sure most of you here might have queued.
The process started. Some got their cards.
But I never had my ID card. In fact, if you check the data, according to the data available before the NPP government assumed office in 2017, I think the data says that about 980,000 cards, Ghana cards, were issued. Today, we are sitting on over 18 million Ghana cards would have been issued. Today, your Ghana card is your unique ID card. Your Ghana card is your tax identification number. You see, upon assuming office, barely 14% of the Ghanaian population had a tax identification number, a TIN number. Today, we are sitting close to about 80% having a tax identification number because of the Ghana card. So the Ghana card has become a unique ID that the moment that the Ghana card is inked into any documentation, it pulls you out. It makes you unique. So these are the systems and data.
How has that process helped in expanding the tax net?
Excellent. So that is the question.
The end objective was that. But we're still struggling with expanding the tax net.
Alfred, you see, that's what Alfred, you see, that's why it even becomes more important, the statement that I made. That look, how many years since independence? 60 years and above. If any government had found it very important to implement this particular policy of giving Ghanaians a unique identification ID, Alfred, today we wouldn't even be sitting here talking about expanding the tax base. It would be just a matter of how are we going to take off, just like Dr. Babu Bamia espoused in his Meet the Press. So the systems and data has been established during his time as the vice president. And he goes on to make the point that given the fact that he has seen to the implementation of what? The systems and data, the next phase is to now take off in terms of broadening the tax base. So that is what makes me say that in our political dispensation, and in fact, let me just limit myself to the Fourth Republic, that given the Ghana identification card, he has been the most effective vice president that we have had.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the most effective vice president in the Fourth Republic. That's the verdict of.
So you use one indicator to make to judge.
Prof, I use that indicator because that is the only indicator that can make us expand our fiscal regime, and it will eliminate the deficit that we've been occurring over the years, and it will also reduce our borrowing. So if you have a system like that, then of course that is a game changer. So that is why I make that point. So it goes on to change our tax regime.
You made your point.
At the same time, we
Professor Jambo, please. And I accord you that respect, please.
Yes, I've been sitting here and listening to the conversation, and I'm a bit surprised.
You are an elderly statesman, so you should sit and listen to the young ones.
The reason why I'm very surprised is that governance is a serious matter. And when it comes to the life of the people, you don't play games with it. So when a matter such as taxes that affects the citizenry is being presented to the vice president and somebody wants me to believe that he was playing with it, he was joking with it, that is very, very serious. The people are suffering and they say, why don't you abolish it now? And you are joking? People are being haunted by claims they made about themselves, and it is turning out that they didn't have an iota of what they were talking about. And that is what the problem is. I heard my colleague mention that if I were to become a flag bearer, chances are that I will present my own manifesto other than our flag bearer. I want to put it on record that that manifesto that was submitted by the NDC is not just the flag bearer's manifesto, it is a collective responsibility of the members of our political party.
Right.
I played a key role in developing that manifesto. and I want to say it here now, that I would have no manifesto other than the one that we put together for His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama. If they would have a different manifesto based on who becomes the flag bearer, that is their problem. But our process for crafting the manifesto goes through a process of collective responsibility. And we go to listen to the people, and we develop a manifesto that reflects what the people think will address their concerns. So let nobody assume that if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is having a different thought from his president, that applies to everybody. It doesn't apply to me. It doesn't apply to our political party, because our manifesto is a collective document. And I want to make that clear. The second one is that I am surprised that somebody says he's playing an advisory role and yet claiming ownership of key policies that have been implemented. Has he ever produced? You see, you don't offer advice in government verbally. You offer those pieces of advice by writing your advice. Have you ever seen advice from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to the president on Ghana card? Have you ever read the advice of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on digitalization? So on what basis is he claiming ownership of those matters? Because he mentions them? So, as somebody who advises the state, what was his advice to the president and the cabinet of Ghana on the IMF program that we entered into? Don't forget that he has not signaled that he would review the IMF program. And yet, he is reviewing the IMF program in his manifesto. You see, the taxes that he says he will abolish, when we entered into IMF, one of our biggest problems was fiscal consolidation. And the government put together a revenue or a resource mobilization strategy. That resource mobilization strategy included the e-levy, included all the taxes that he claims to be abolishing. On the basis of that, the government signed an agreement evidencing that those strategies will lead to fiscal consolidation. And it is on the basis of that you have been given $3 billion. So you cannot now sit here, say that you are going to do things contrary to the international agreement that you signed. Are you now scamming the IMF? Have you changed the revenue mobilization strategy that you presented to anchor the IMF program? By the way, the revenue mobilization strategy went to the economic management team where he was the chair. He should show us his advice to cabinet, which said remove those taxes, and that the cabinet did not listen to him. He should show that document. You don't make advice verbally in government. You write. Have you seen that advice of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's economic management team proposing to cabinet that those taxes should not be part of our revenue mobilization strategy to the IMF? What are you saying? So you go around, go and put taxes on our people, you get approved by the IMF, you receive 3 billion, out of which now you have received 20 billion. Now you come and stand before the people and say, oh, when I come, I am not going to continue, I'm going to abolish them. Who are you deceiving? Are you scamming them? That is my next point.
Well, you see, he makes a point that he agrees.
Yeah, so let me ask this question. I have heard people say that, as a vice president, he doesn't have the powers. But the mandate that the president has given him, Ghanaians know. Did Akufo-Addo promise one village, one dam?
Yes, he did.
No, it was Bawumia who appeared in Tumu. And they took him to an irrigation site. He was excited at what he saw. And he said, I will do this in every village. That was not Akufo-Addo. Okay? The person that doesn't have power got that implemented by the government. It was Mahmoud Bawumia who went to meet party people and promised them that when we win power, I will make sure that 1 million comes to your constituency for you people to share. That was the origin of 1 million per constituency. Was that the president promise? It was Mahmoud Bawumia who had said he will move the economy from taxation to production. Was it not implemented by Akufo-Addo? It was the same Mahmoud Bawumia who told us that when they get into power, go and read the lectures that were delivered by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia at Central University College. Go and pick the MPP manifesto on the economy. It is that lecture that metamorphosed into the MPP manifesto. Is that not it? So whose manifesto was it? Akufo-Addo or Bawumia? So those people who are trying to help the man run away from some of the obnoxious policy prescriptions that led us to this cannot exonerate Bawumia from. Why? He didn't know that he was the vice president when he said that the economic management team that he led was the best ever. What is the use of an adversary body, no matter how strong it is? We were not in this country. When he said that Alan Tramantin, as if they were the panacea, he made us believe that because of these people, because of these Harvard-trained guys, Ghana will not land where we have landed. And this is where they landed us. And he, the leader, a Simon Fraser scholar, should be trusted. We have trusted him to our peril.
Why do you want to mention their schools?
No, it is very important. It is very important because you see, Professor Jampu, some people believe that they behave as if when they went to school and they were taught by the professors all died and didn't get to teach anybody again. So they are the only people who are the reciprocity of academic and professional knowledge. And these are the people who have led us here. We must mention their qualifications for people to know that, look, these guys are carrying very hefty schools along. And this is where they led us. When somebody says that, oh, he cannot do it because the budget is in the name of the president. Why? Were we not in this country in 2019? When Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia said he was going to have a stakeholder engagement as part of the economic management team for the first time, you remember? That was that engagement he turned into a lecture when he was struggling to explain that it was warped logic to say that when the fundamentals are weak, and his own people were laughing. The head of the economic management teams were laughing. You remember that? Out of the blue, Bawumia announced that the taxes that had been agreed in the budget, the president's budget, Bawumia was varying that budget at that stakeholder engagement.
You say he was varying?
Bawumia came and announced that the taxes that we have agreed and approved in Parliament for import duty to be collected at the port, he was so go-to, giving 50% discount on the benchmark for selected goods and services.
The benchmark violation policy?
I'm saying that those things were already in the budget. The president's budget as they claim now. But Bawumia was on a platform saying that he was giving 50% benchmark discount for selected goods and services and 30% for vehicles. So why can't he do it now? Is it not the same budget that was approved then in 2019? It was approved in 2018, November, December, and in 2019, July, August. Bawumia was busy varying that agreement.
So you're saying what? The argument
I am simply saying that it is not true.
Does not mean
it is not true that because he is the president and because the budget has already agreed revenue measures, those revenue measures cannot be changed now by the vice president who has a track record of changing those revenue numbers. Track record in our country. Speaking to facts. Something surgeon, that building, that was where he did it. Is it not true that he gave discount on benchmark values, which affected the revenue yield for the year?
Maybe they are discussed and he just announced.
The important thing is that
he announced
the president did not bring any memo to cabinet, to parliament.
But you are not a member of
parliament. The president came with his budget. We approved the budget, and somebody that we claim doesn't have the power was busy announcing something different. As part of his ENT engagement, he was varying our budget, the president's budget. So he can do it.
So
I'm coming
to the extent that Dr. Bano says because this 2024 budget has been approved already.
And it was 2019 budget approved in December 2018 that he was varying in November 2019. What I say? And implementation started immediately. So what is he saying? He hasn't done it before. The reason he can't do it now is because he's collecting $3 billion from those taxes. As a result of the revenue mobilization strategy, he championed at EMT, submitted to cabinet, and cabinet through the president submitted to IMF for our fiscal consolidation effort.
So that's the e-levy.
So all the things he say you will remove, they are already in there. He took that to IMF to convince the IMF that on the basis of that, Ghana should receive $3 billion and an additional $5.4 billion from the World Bank, and receive in total over $13.5 billion from creditors in debt restructuring. That was what he did. So is he now scamming them that only came to deceive you? Have you seen in his manifesto that he is going to review the IMF program? So on what basis are you still going to run a program you were part of in approving, collecting all the proceeds, and suddenly now proposing things that are outside the program? Look, gold for oil, you sign up with the IMF. That as a result of this IMF program, one of the things they should do at the Bank of Ghana is to stop the gold for oil. You agreed. You have received $1.5 billion already for agreeing. And you are looking forward to another $1.5 billion for agreeing. For agreeing, the World Bank is giving you $4.5 billion. You agreed. Creditors through the debt restructuring are giving you $13.5 billion because you agreed.
To face
and now you come and, yes, and now to come and tell us that program. You expand what you have gone to promise. How is that possible?
So the promise was what? To phase out the gold for oil program?
Because it is not just phase out. It is because there are transitional agreements. So the IMF says, when you complete these agreements, scrap the gold for oil. Don't go back to it. Now you come and tell Ghanaians that my solution to dealing with the stability of the city is that I will ignore the IMF and I'll go ahead and scam them. And you think that Ghanaians don't think will fall for this? Clearly, it means that you don't have a solution. Do you understand? I am saying that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is being haunted by his own standards that he claimed we should hold him to. He told us that he was an economic whiz kid. He was roaming at Malata Market, telling us how prices were rising. Didn't he know he would be a vice president, a driver's mate? He was the one telling us how to restore the value of the city. Didn't you know he was going to only be a vice president and a driver's mate? As a matter of fact, since he became vice president, he has never told us that he was a driver's mate until now that he wants to get power. He kept telling us that he was the best vice president that has ever lived. And you are appropriating the president's achievement for yourself without demonstrating to us that there's any advice from your EMT that you can lay claim that led to any policy, except you telling us what you want to tell us. Jampo, you know, Prof, I was very happy when you were talking about the marking that they were marking and saying that they have scored 80%. Go and read the 2017 budget presented by the president. Now they say the budget is for the president, which is okay. So presented by Akufo. In that budget, if you go and read from page 80 to 83, just 3 pages, it won't be difficult to read. Find out what they reported as the roads that were constructed by the NDC for ending 2016. They had to give a record, an update. Before telling us what they want to do. In those updates, just what do you call it? Routine maintenance alone, we did 10,000 kilometers in that document. reshaping and redrafting, we did 16,000, and some people are here boasting of 12,000 and telling us that it is the best that has ever happened in our country. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama didn't write that budget. Setepe didn't write that budget. It is Ken Oforiatta trumpeting the achievement of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in the 2017 budget. And in that budget document, we calculated 41,000 kilometers. So please, go and hide that your 12,000 somewhere. You are retrogressing. You are moving us backwards. And you see, you think that when you lie so repeatedly, it becomes the truth. Haven't you been hearing these 12,000 kilometers? Yeah. Did you ever know that in their own budget that they presented, they were touting John Mahama of doing 41,000 kilometers by 2016?
And this is in the 2017
budget. But I said particularly page 80 to 83. Go and read. You can go and read.
I have the data here, so I need to go and read.
So I want to go and read.
No, I have the data here.
And they sum them.
No, they are different.
Which budget are you talking?
I'm not reading a budget.
Not the Hansard budget. No, your document.
This is the State of the Nation delivered to Parliament.
I said budget.
By the President.
There's a difference between the budget and
I am saying that the budget...
I mean, this data... Hold on. Let's establish a few things.
Listen to me.
Hold on. Right.
No, so I'm saying that if you disagree with me, right? And let me make my point.
No, I've not. You were the one who referred to me.
I said you read the budget. I didn't say State of the Nation.
Continue.
I didn't say go and read the State of the Nation.
You continue.
I said go and read the budget.
There are two separate.
Go and read the budget. You go and read something else.
Hold on. There's the State of the Nation.
Honorable. I said go and read the budget.
And I have the data
I'm
here.
saying the budget.
No. I have the data here.
Are you? I'm not. Did I mention State of the Nation?
I'm not coming in. He's the one who is coming.
Did I mention State of the Nation?
No. Hold on.
I said 2017 budget, and I've given you the pages. Then you go and read an irrelevant document.
How is it irrelevant, Prof?
How can State of the Nation be used as a superior document over the budget?
No, but where is the data coming from?
I'm saying that the budget.
So where is the budget data coming
from?
from?
You hate the budget.
No, I'm asking.
You fear the budget.
No, I'm asking.
I said read the budget.
No, I'm saying where is the data coming from?
Read the budget.
No,
I don't know where it's coming from.
We want to know the source of the data.
I don't know.
And I'm giving you a
what
source
I'm saying
of the data here.
Professor Jampo,
okay.
The official record in Parliament submitted by the President to represent the 2017 budget, which gives account of how we ended 2016, and then postulate forward what we are going to do for the next 4 years, gives me that data. And it tells me under Rose, in fact, the description that Ken Oforiatta makes, he said that there have been very heavy investment by the government in the road sector. That was his language for John Mahama. Then he goes on to break them down. When you sum them, if you one of them, just 80. One of them, 80 to 83, you'll find it there.
Okay.
I am not saying it.
This is the 2017 budget. And not the State of the Nation.
Not the State of the Nation.
Okay.
You see, Prof. Jambo, if you have this type of student, you are in trouble. Because they ask you, go and read budget. You come and read.
Prof, is he?
Let me make my point. Let me make my point.
You are a professor. And I'm an economist and a statistician.
I'm making my point.
I deal with a source of data. So you cannot just tell me that go and read. Where is that source coming from? You need to provide it. Prof, agree or disagree?
Hold on. Let me establish.
Do you hear that? No. When you were talking, do you hear my mouth? I was quiet. Because I wanted you to do same.
No, hold on. There were two specific references made. You mentioned specifically the 2017 budget. Dr. Bano, you are making reference to the State of the Nation address. I think the underlying issue here is those are two different documents.
Yes, agreed.
So if we are making reference to a particular page of a particular document that Honorable Adonis is quoting to respond to it, I just want to think that it's not going to situate the matters in the right context.
No.
I'll come to you.
The source of the data is very, very important.
So
we need to know the source. Because the budget provides a source.
Which sonar is this? 2017 sonar?
No, 2022. Yes. And the source of the data is there. No, the 2022 categorizes from 2009 to 2021. Wait. You see,
I'm coming.
Let me make a point.
Dr. Bano, hold on.
With this, the source of the data is clearly highlighted.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is that Honorable Adongo should just give me the source of that data in the budget. That is all I'm saying.
That's why it's okay.
That is all I'm saying.
At the time you are talking to them, 6 years before John Mahama left office.
Okay, it's okay.
When he left office, a
point.
few months later, 3 months later after he left office, your government came to praise him and gave the data. Now, 6 years later, you are saying that you have a certain document which is not what I'm referring to. It's not what I'm referring to. The year you are referring to is not even the year I'm referring to. So, what are you saying? I am simply saying that when these people tell you they have done 80%, it's equivalent to them saying that 12,000 is better than 41,000 kilometers. That is their stock in trade. That's their stock in trade. If you don't take your time to research the things they tell you, you'll be laughing at the wrong side of your mouth, especially if you make a mistake and you go and use that data to do some work. You will struggle to answer questions. So, this press, I was not even paying attention to it, but it was the excerpts I started hearing because I was busy thinking about how to sell John Mahama's manifesto to the people of Ghana. That was the most relevant thing for me.
Okay.
But subsequently, I hear the voices on social media, TikTok, and I say, hey, is that what was happening that day? Then I've lost power. Because I didn't know that it was an amusement meeting. An entertainment.
This is
I mean,
the press.
Somebody was taking this country for a ride. Look, Cocoa Board, everybody knows. The economic management team and cabinet is aware that Cocoa Board sent out requests for proposal for banks to subscribe to give loans to Cocoa Board, and they refuse. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows, including cabinet, through the IMF program, that you restructured 13 billion of your debt at Cocoa Board. The Cocoa Board was engulfed in 13 billion Ghana cedis debt that it couldn't pay. When you were refusing to pay the people and telling them that you can't pay and you were begging them to restructure, what were you thinking? That they will still bring you more money? You were speaking to you.
Well,
and you have a vice president sitting on the EFT saying that I don't know Cocoa, there are issues at Cocoa Board. And you don't call this an amusement meeting. Governance is a serious matter. People must get serious in this country. And His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bauma, you have been found out that you don't have the wand that you claim. You are not the economic magician that you claim you are. At best, you are just a con man.
Okay, well, you see, 7 minutes after 9, I want to find out this. In the manifesto of the MPP, Dr. Bano, are you proposing to review the IMF program that is currently being implemented?
The answer is just straightforward. In 2015, the NDC government had joined... No, I'm giving you an answer, and there's a premise. This is economics, and there's a premise, so please allow me. You see, in 2015, the NDC government, after Senchi telling the whole country that they were going to jojo and come up with policies to resuscitate the economy, later found themselves in the IMF. When we even asked them, they said that they were going for policy credibility. You can Google it if you doubt what I'm saying. Now, the NDC government went into the IMF in 2015. Now, the NPP came in 2017. And in 2017, if you take our manifesto in 2016, in 2017, 2018, the NPP government actually reviewed that program that Ghana was on. Okay. Now, was that part captured in the 2016 NPP manifesto?
No. So you are saying that you're going to review the IMF program, but
if there need be that it should be reviewed, why not? But
the proposals you are making obviously has to lead to a review.
I'm coming, but if you listen to Dr. Baumia's response to that particular question that was asked on the revenue, context is very, very important, and it's very. We don't just take things on the face value and just trumpet it.
In fact, the reason why I give you the time to establish the context is that, you see, when you make reference to what happened in 2015, the contextual analysis also doesn't fit into what you want to put out, because it was the end. I'm coming. The NDC, a different government, different political party, went to the IMF with a program. You, a different political party, won the election, and you came and reviewed that program. That's very different from what we're seeing now.
The crux of the matter here is, was
you
that
are empowered? You sent the program.
No, just wait.
So what's,
you asked me a
reference?
direct question, and I'll give you a direct answer. My question was that in the 2016 NPP manifesto, was it vividly captured there that we were going to review the program? You see, that is the context of the question. And I'm saying, based on my answer, I'm saying that it doesn't have to be vividly captured in the manifesto, given experience. And I'm
the
going on
reference
to...
you make is where I have the issue.
Yeah, but that is the only reference we have to make, and that is what
because it wasn't the NDC that won the 2016 election.
That's what I'm saying.
You are empowered. You went to the IMF.
Yes.
If you are going to review a program seeking the mandate of the people, those are two very different things.
The point I'm making is, if there need be, it doesn't necessarily need to be captured in a manifesto document. That is all I'm trying to tell you. That we are going to review it. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. You see, 2017-2018, NPP reviewed the IMF program that the NDC government had enrolled Ghana on. Now, fast forward, coming to our case, the special question that you asked me. And I'm even surprised, because this question was answered by the flag bearer, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, on that fateful day.
Which question was that?
The question on the IMF, whether the revenue proposal that he is putting in place would contradict the IMF program that Ghana is on currently. And the answer was no. And he went on to explain. And if you give me the opportunity, let me explain it.
Quickly.
Yes, because the IMF is about revenue generation. And that's why I made the point. In fact, when I made the point that the reason why I said Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the most effective vice president that we have had in this country was based on the fiscal regimes. And this is a proposal, one. He says that given the proposal that he intends to put in place, one, it is going to give government, and for that matter, Ghana, a fiscal space of about 3% of GDP annually, which is the equivalent of 30 billion Ghana cedis. He said that on that day. Now, secondly, he also said that given that the existing systems and data has been put in place, now, if we are going to bring on board even 13% of current GDP in expanding the tax base, that is going to generate the equivalent of one, and this is data that this is.
Did you say 13% of GDP? Is that what you said? You just said that you are going to expand and generate 13% more.
No, read our manifesto.
No, what
I said was I said if we can even bring on board 13% of existing GDP in terms of the tax base.
You said 13%.
13%.
Yeah.
What are you doing now?
Dr. Bano,
I'm coming. By expanding the I'm talking about
18%.
By
so is it Alfred? Is it when we make the conversation like this? It begins.
Hold on. Zadongo, please. So hold on.
Is it?
Are you saying you're going to add 13%?
Wait.
No.
Is it
okay.
Alfred?
Okay.
Dr. Bawumia talks about a new tax regime.
Okay.
He talks about the flat rate. And he goes on to explain that if we are implementing a flat rate tax regime, which is very easy to calculate, which is very friendly, which is very progressive, it simply means that given that the systems and data are in place, we are going to have more of people coming on board that tax framework. And this has been proved in Estonia and in elsewhere. In fact, before Estonia enrolled their tax rate or the proportional tax system, Estonia's GDP was 6.2 billion. You can check. This is data available. Today, Estonia's GDP sits at 23.4 billion. In fact, between 2001 to 2014, because of the new tax regime that Estonia implemented, 20,000 businesses, including Microsoft and others, this is data available, you can check, came into Estonia. So this simply means that you are going to have more avenues to generate more taxes. That is what it simply means. It does not necessarily mean that you'll be burdening the existing people who are on the tax framework. And that is why I'm saying that if given these projections, if these projections are indeed meant to be, then clearly that is going to give us an extra, and this is even the lowest bandwidth, not the highest bandwidth estimation from GRA. This alone can give us not less than 150 billion Ghana cedis in a fiscal year. Now, if this revenue is going to come in, then of course, if you are eliminating a tax, that gives you 1 billion Ghana cedis. If you are eliminating a tax, that gives you about 800 million Ghana cedis. Then of course, there is no way you can go contrary to the IMF program. Basically, that is what it means.
So you are going to implement these measures without necessarily reviewing the IMF program?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, given the current state, if things go by it, we would not necessarily review it. However, if the need be, definitely we will review it to the betterment of the Ghanaian.
I see. But can this be done? And because of the proposal we sent to the IMF, which has been approved, which we drafted.
Yeah.
And this time around, it's not the IMF telling us what to do. We sent that proposal.
Yeah.
This came before the Finance Committee as well.
Which one?
I mean, the proposals and then the...
No, to date.
You haven't seen it?
The IMF program...
But you know what we sent to the IMF.
The IMF program is an international business transaction within the ambit of Article 1815 and should be laid before Parliament. They have refused to lay it. They are in contravention of the Constitution. And they know what they are hiding. But you see, 13%... brother... 13% of GDP. I want to be sure that you want to quote something else.
Oh, that's why I asked.
13% of GDP. Our GDP is projected to be 1 trillion.
Yeah.
13% of that is 130 billion. Currently, our total revenue yield that we're expecting is 176 billion. So, you are saying that your flat rate or whatever you are doing will give you 130 billion. Please.
Okay.
This is scary. This is very scary.
In fact,
maybe it is 1.3%.
And this data...
No, but
maybe it is 1.3%.
The reason why...
This was done by the GRA.
You see...
130 billion?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, the reason
it's
why...
It's never possible.
It's possible.
No.
It is possible.
That's why it is possible.
It is possible.
That is why it is possible to lose the election.
Okay, gentlemen.
Because if it is the way you are going to run our economy, which was taken.
16 minutes.
But I gave the example that it has been done elsewhere.
16 minutes after 9.
But
16 after 9. This is
30% of GDP.
I'll come to you.
Alfred, not that, but I'm saying that when Dr. Bano is talking, we all keep quiet. And when others are talking...
16 minutes after 9. You're so live.
Honorable come in. And what do I do? Did I get angry?
Let me land on this.
Hold on. You see, I was on the floor. No, I did not raise any question. Prof, why are you making this statement? No, Prof. No, I want to know. Why are you making this statement?
He was unnecessarily.
You see,
you just finished talking and then he came...
When this
interjected me when I was talking.
Doesn't help anybody.
Oh, come on, Prof, be fair here. No, Prof, be very fair. Be very fair. When I spoke about the
17 minutes after 9, you're also live here on Key Point on TV3, also on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3 News. Gentlemen, thank you. You conclude on a point in a minute. In a minute.
And this is that by 2026, we'll move our GDP, revenue to GDP to 18%, cumulative, 18%.
That is giving the proportion.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now, in the sub-region,
tax rate,
Dr. Bano, in the sub-region,
that we don't
in the sub-region, the highest we'll find is 22% of GDP.
Okay.
By this proposal, you are moving our revenue to GDP to 31%.
That's 18.
How are you calculating this?
So 31% of GDP.
You are just adding 14 to
you said additional. You are getting additional 30%. But otherwise, you are
that mathematics is misleading.
I am saying that unless you want to tell me.
That is a misleading mathematics.
Unless you want
to just add it.
Oh, unless you want to tell me.
So there's something I want to
that is a misleading mathematics. No.
That you are retrogressing from the 80%
that is a highly misleading mathematics.
An additional 30%
implementing a new tax base,
which will give you 31% of GDP.
That must be charging.
Your point is very well made.
What I'm talking about.
Now,
that will be a miracle.
I was very clear. I was very clear when I was asking
that
you.
mathematics.
Let me say it. I was very clear
on record.
I was very clear when
I was saying that mathematics is misleading. I will say it once and again. I will say it once and again. That mathematics is misleading.
When you mentioned the 13%,
call any statistician and
I asked you consistently
that is a misleading
whether it was
calculation
that we were talking about. The other promise that you made.
A new tax regime, a flat rate against a progressive tax rate. Okay. How do you just add the two?
Thank you. Let me welcome Alfred Appiah.
Of GDP.
That's the point. I said that when we implement the flat rate.
Gentlemen, your microphones are off.
30% of GDP.
Your microphone is off, actually. Alfred Appiah is a policy analyst and data scientist. He's joining us on Zoom. Alfred, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Alfred. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for also making the time to join us, as connecting with us. And I need to make this clear, that when that 13% expansion of the GDP, the tax contribution to GDP was mentioned, I asked specifically a number of times whether it was 13%, and the context that 13% was mentioned. And Dr. Bano went on to explain that if certain factors are in place, some things would happen. That is all other things being equal. But those projections must be based on the facts. And that's where Mr. Adongo brings in the issues about what our current state of affairs is and the projections that have been made by even the IMF itself. So it's important that we put those issues in context, because when you make certain pronouncements about increase and expansion of our GDP, it is not in oblivion. We are under a program, and that's what I sought to establish. Now, another issue that borders on the economy is the strength of the cedi. Gentlemen, what I want to find out from you is, I got this from one of the operators of a forex bureau. Let's put that cedi dollar rate. Dr. Bano, what do you intend, and this quick, what do you intend to do about the depreciation of the cedi? That's one of the, because one of the things that the finance minister said sometime in June was that after that town hall meeting in the UK, we're going to see a dramatic turnaround for the fortunes of the cedi against the major trading currencies. Since then, we've received the third tranche of the IMF program coming in. It didn't show up the value of the cedi that much. The cedi has crossed the 16 cedi to the dollar mark. What you see on the screen, for the benefit of those listening to us on radio, are the rates as of yesterday. The pound now, if you are going to get a pound, you have to get 21 cedi 70 pesos.
I'm dead. This pound.
For the dollar,
you want to travel.
16 cedis 40 pesos. What is happening? What's happening?
Alfred,
the cedi.
Yes, I mean, Alfred, when it comes to the cedi and its depreciation rate, it's a major concern to every Ghanaian. I mean, all of your panelists and your listeners.
So what are you doing about it?
Yes. So I go on. If you want me to talk about it, yeah. So now, if you listen to Dr. Mahmoud Pamia, one of the proposals that he
let this be known to Dr. Bano. We are going to be quiet and listen to you. We'll be quiet and listen to you.
I just want to let you know. You are just not being fair to me today.
No.
Is it Prof? No, let me say this here, and I'll say, you see, if I sit here and misleading data is peddled, I will come in and correct it.
You make your point. Make your point.
That is it. But if you are making your normal statement, I won't come in. You know, like Prof started by making a point of macroeconomic variables.
You've made your...
And I go on to... No, but he interjected. I have to lay this... And I go on to explain that you don't just get macroeconomic variables. They come from the micro.
Okay.
How is this wrong for me to put clarity to your listeners?
Let's speak to this.
Yeah, so let me speak to the exchange rate. Okay. So Alfred, so in terms of the exchange rate, One of the things that we have seen, I mean, and globally, I mean, if you take the sub-Saharan region, we have seen is that because most of our inputs, when I talk about inputs, I'm talking about even the manufacturing sector within sub-Saharan Africa, and for that matter, Ghana as a whole. Because most of our inputs are solicited outside. So in most cases, we do a lot of imports. And for that matter, there's always pressure on the cedi. In other words, it simply means is that the dollar more or less has become a medium of exchange in order to undertake international trade or cross-border trading. Even within the sub-Saharan region, I mean, if you are trading among African countries, it's serious that even between sometimes Ghana and Nigeria, Ghana and Burkina Faso, you may need to make payment in dollar terms, and then later on, this is now converted into the local currency. So clearly, there is a problem, and that is a problem first. Now, what are we doing about it? Now, one of the things that we are doing about it, or Dr. Mawood Babia has said, is that, look, we need to move...
Why is the expectation that the finance minister put out there in June not happening? Because he was very clear, and I know you know this, at that town hall meeting in the UK, and in fact, I was looking forward to it, that we were going to see a dramatic turnaround of the fortunes of the cedi after the 22nd of June. Today is the 31st of August, and the situation is not looking good. At the time he was even making that pronouncement, the cedi was, I think, 15 cedis, 10 pesos to the dollar.
Well, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'm not doubting it, but I don't know. But yesterday I was at my bank actually.
This is a forex bureau. Not
yeah. So yes. So you see, there's a problem within our whole structural sphere of our economy. And if recently, if you remember, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Bank of Ghana actually rolled out some new measures in terms of the forex bureaus. People are supposed to present their identification, their ID cards when they come for a transaction. And let me say here, and politics, devoid of politics, you see, you will not go to any country whereby you can just go and change money without you being identified.
When you go with your passport.
Yeah, you go with your passport. I mean, I lived in South Africa. That's why I worked as a lecturer at the University of Johannesburg. The same. If I
say you went to see greener pastures.
No. I mean, I did my PhD after. No, but that's beside the point. Now, Alfred, if I go
you beg man.
Yeah, if I go to my bank, FNB, South Africa, and I have dollars, and I want to change that dollars into rands, yes. My bank FNB charges me a fixed rate on the dollar that I want to change, unless I want to deposit that dollar into my account. So clearly, these are measures that are being implemented elsewhere that are seen that citizens' appetite for dollar, and for that matter, foreign exchange, is mitigated. But when we come to our system, it's the opposite. So you see that recently the Bank of Ghana has implemented that people and the forex bureaus themselves were complaining that because of that, people are not coming. So that clearly tells you that though there is a demand for forex, but the signal from the rolling out of the ID card will tell you that it is not for transactionary purposes in most cases. If I'm going by the signal that the forex bureaus were propagating when this...
no, the fear everyone has put to some economists is that, look, that measure, if not properly implemented, could push people to the black market.
Now, where?
Because there are other means of getting the forex. There are other complex
issues. Yeah, you ask yourself a very important question, and I have had this conversation with colleagues, and I have asked that, what is the source of forex to the black market? Have we interrogated that? Where is the black market getting their forex from? Because there is a source. So we need to know that source. And these are some of the measures that more or less will mitigate that source, because we know clearly that there are some loopholes in the foreign exchange market. It is something that we don't want to say it, but it's the fact. We all know it in reality. Now, one of the things that other countries have done is that you just can't even go and change forex without paying a VAT. You pay a VAT. But in Ghana, you don't pay a VAT when you go and change forex. In South Africa, when you change forex, you pay VAT because it's considered as an income. So when you go and buy something from a South African, when you go to the supermarket or you walk to CBD, Central Business District, and you buy from, let's say, Mokola, and you give $100 to that individual, thinking that when I go and change this $100, maybe because of the exchange rate differential, the marginal, that will come on top. So I will take the foreign currency instead of the rand. That woman in CBD will tell you that there is a forex bureau here. Go and change your $100 and come and give me rand, because when you go to change, you pay VAT on it. But in Ghana, we are not doing. So these are all things that, for me, these are just policy recommendations I think we can do. But beyond that, what my party is, Dr. Babu Bamia has been clear, and he has said it, like, look, we need to move to a situation where, and not just Dr. Babu Bamia, in fact, the BRICS countries, the Brazil, China, India, South Africa, they have made this statement that, look, we need to move away from the dependence on the dollar to the gold standard. Okay. Because if gold is accepted as a medium of exchange, because you can pay, and we have a lot of gold here, and in fact, Dr. Mahmoud Mamia goes to say that.
And in fact, that's why I'm even putting this subject of the currency, because if the gold for oil program, one of the major objectives was to deal with the depreciation of the cedi against the dollar. And this program has been in place. Continuously, we see the cedi depreciating against the dollar. It raises fundamental questions.
No, Alfred, I agree with you, and you are spot on with it. You see, now you look at the quantum of imports in terms of the oil products that gold for oil constitute. I think gold for oil constitutes less than 30% if the last time that I had a look at the data. Meaning that more than 70% of our production, more than 70% of our imports in terms of the oil demand is still being paid in US dollar. So that's why I come back to what Dr. Babu Bamia is saying, that we need to increase our gold reserves. And he put the data out there that when we assumed office in 2017, the total gold reserve was the equivalent of, I think, about 8.7 metric tons. Okay. Today, we are sitting on about 73 metric tons, the equivalent of about, I think, a little over 5 billion US dollars. So he has said this, that the Bank of Ghana's gold purchasing program needs to be intensified. Now, if this needs to be intensified and the mix that will be going into the gold for oil is also going to be increased, then we can have some respite here. But not to downplay what the gold for oil has done. You see, there's something called marginal rate of change, and all of us know it. You see, so sometimes it is not about that the price is not going up, but it is about the rate at which it's going up compared to the base year. Okay, right. Remember, at a point we reached where I think a liter of petrol was selling at, I think, about almost 20 Ghana cedis, if I'm right. The exchange rate was about, I think, 17 Ghana cedis. That was like 2022, thereabout. Mm-hmm. You see, so clearly there has been some gains. However, these gains are not enough. And the Vice President himself has admitted it, that we need to do more. And clearly, as you've rightly articulated, the government is on the right path. I mean, if you look at the buffer in terms of the gold stock as I've compared to 2016 till date, then clearly we are on the right path in increasing that threshold that goes into buying oil imports.
Well, Alfred, I have something to say, just briefly. Not on anything substantive, but just to make the point that yesterday I had a cause to tell some people that the battle to empower women would be fought and lost if it is taken to mean the battle to disempower men. Right. In the same way, you see, the MPP and those who speak for it have boycotted this platform for some time. And I can agree that if you have you have them back and on this platform, I can understand why you want to then give more time to Dr. Bano, but that is not to say that you should run the program with him alone, because I've been sitting here, he's been talking, it's like you and him alone, but we are here, we came to speak. I have so many things that I want to say, but you are giving him, you see, you want to give them more time so that it doesn't look like they've been crowded out, but in so doing, don't disadvantage us. I don't like you are disadvantaging, and he's saying he's going on and on. And then the other bit is that the second one, the other bit is that, please see, the reason why I don't go to other media platforms for these discussions. The reason why I don't go there is that I hate it when you are talking and then somebody banters. Yeah. I believe that, let me make my point and then you make your point. So if you are talking and I disagree with you, I note it down. I don't, because it truncates thinking. If we allow that, that's why I'm always here. We have kept this platform like that, and I want it to be like that. So, Dr. Bano, I respect you. I like what you are doing, but let us. This is a different platform.
No.
If I disagree with you,
respectively, I disagree with that statement. Now, why do I say that?
If I disagree,
I sat
you are doing the same thing.
I will say it. Yes.
No. If we begin to do that, you cannot go on. If we do that, you can't make your point. So wait and let me finish my point. Then you make your point, and I'll keep quiet for you to make your point, and then you can make your point.
You are not being fair to me.
So you cannot bring that attitude. It's not fair. It's not nice.
Listen, hold on.
It is not nice. You are fond of doing that. It's not nice.
You can't make that statement.
No, if we want to do that, you'll be uncomfortable.
Honorable Adongo has interjected me. You didn't say anything.
Listen. Oh, please.
No, when I talked about the 13%. You interjected me. You didn't say anything.
Okay, so I am saying it now. Let's go to me. Say all of us. You are doing that, and I don't think. Okay,
no, Prof.
Well, so let's respect the.
Averapia is on Zoom. Your microphones are off. Your microphones are off. Your microphones are off. Thank you. Now, yes, your microphones are off. No, let me just say this, and then I think that, Prof, your concerns are well noted, but since the beginning of the program, I have moderated the time in a way to ensure that we all have equitable distribution of the time that we all speak. And I think that, to be fair, I have given you enough time to speak on the issues that you articulated from the beginning. And I don't, close to 20 minutes, in fact, and more. I'm looking at the time, and this is not necessarily to favor the MPP or whatsoever. As to the decisions taken, we didn't even discuss it here because we are moving forward with our conversations on this program. The program reflects the concerns and ideals and expectations of the Ghanaian people. Whoever decides to join, it is for the greater good, but it does not change the fundamental objectives of this program. So that one, whether the resumption of the participation or otherwise, doesn't change anything for me. But, Honorable Adongo, that bit on the city depreciation, and I respect your views on
respectfully,
yes.
I want you to also make.
So allow my professors.
I respectfully, I want you to also make a ruling on this. Indeed. Interjections and all that. I mean, I don't like that.
That's right.
So if we're all doing that, let us desist from that. It's a decent platform. It's not a platform for talking, shouting, and then just interjecting unnecessarily to truncate people's thoughts. So let us respect that.
Point well made.
Yeah.
And consistently, I think I've repeated this. Whenever an interjection is made that is not allowed by me, I will give you, the person who's been interjected, more time to speak. And that is my discretion in correcting that. Zadongo, the city depreciation, I want just 5 minutes on it because I want to move into something else.
It is very clear that they have no solution to the city depreciation. Let me tell you,
16 cities, 40 pesos. That's
yes, and our position is very clear. As for buying gold at the Bank of Ghana, it has always been a monetary policy tool. It's nothing innovative. Gold for oil. The Auditor General says that as we speak, there is no evidence of written agreements covering the gold for oil. There is a reason we describe it as opaque. You can't pick our gold reserves from the Bank of Ghana, give it to some private person to go and buy gold, import oil, and we don't even have clarity. Public funds, there must be a bank guarantee to protect those gold resources coming back to the Bank of Ghana. We don't have that. It is becoming a loot program, and it is a reason the IMF says, stop it. You couldn't make your case to the IMF. You agreed with the IMF, based on the evidence before you, that it was an opaque program, and must be scrapped. So why are you on and on with a program that you have agreed to scrap in favor for $3 billion? Were you scamming the IMF when you were agreeing to it? But the fact still remains that the cedi and the dollar conversation is not a conversation of rhetorics. It's a conversation of the lives of Ghanaians. Businessmen have lost their capital. Let me tell you, only 2 years ago, you see the 54 liters tanker. You needed only 208,000 to buy a full tanker. Today, you need 1 million to buy that tanker full of fuel. So tell me, why are you two going to be getting that additional working capital of almost additional 800,000 to be able to buy that tanker? So businessmen have lost their capital. If you travel out of Accra, you will find most of the filling stations are non-operative because they can't even buy the oil. If you go towards Paga, Navrongo Paga, they are using them to dry paddy rice. Paddy rice. That's what the filling stations are now being used for. And you are here saying that we are bringing gold for oil. To what effect? We are heading towards 70 cities. And then you stand in. Now the finance minister himself says that his public debt is high because of the currency he says he has stabilized. How can you lie like that? You come and tell us that you have stabilized the city and you are doing well. Now in another breath, you tell us that your loan portfolio has gone up because the city has depreciated. How do you reconcile the two? You see, you can lie the way you want, but the exchange rate doesn't look at what you write on paper. The exchange rate reacts to liquidity on the market. What the exchange rate does is to rely on liquidity in the market. When you want to buy the dollar, is the dollar available? I heard him say that people are not buying it for transactions. Look, traditionally, finance, you will be told that there are three demands variables that affect the demand for a currency. One is the transactional demand, where we are buying the currency for purposes of transacting business. But when we are struggling to get it to do business, we'll move into another mode we call precautionary demand. You take precaution. When you are struggling to get a dollar to do genuine business, and you go through hell to get it, you exercise precaution against your next order. Then when you are exercising your precaution and it is still a challenge, you begin to get speculative.
Right.
So when you complain or speculation, it means that you have failed on the initial lower levels of demand, which is the transactionary and the precaution. And it is a normal, rational behavior for any businessman to protect himself by making sure that he doesn't lose money by listening to you. You remember when they said that in London, I told businessmen, please, no $4 billion is coming here. Don't listen to Amin Adam. No $8 billion is coming here. If you need dollars to do your business, please go and buy it. Otherwise, if you listen to Amin Anta, you'll be laughing at the wrong side of the mouth. At that time, it was 15 cities. Now, what have you done to the businessman who didn't buy and was relying on you? Well, so that is my point.
Yeah. Okay, but while we are at it, and this, what I just put on the screen there reflects the rates yesterday. For example, this is it.
Yeah. After them, before I say that, let me make the point that, I mean, what I said earlier, it's not meant to create an impression as if you are being unfair. I mean, sometimes the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yes. And so sometimes you may not know who have to draw attention. But I think you have generally managed, I mean, ever since I joined this program, you've managed this platform well. But let me make the point about this cedi exchange, cedi dollar. See, when these things are there and we go on to tout certain things, it worries. Okay, it's as if we don't know what is going on. Is it that politicians would always want to thrive on the ignorance of the people? Go and first of all, our exchange, our currency is called cedi. So why are we allowing people to even undertake transactions in dollars? I very much remember that some years back when I was working at the IE, the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy was sponsoring a program, the Ghana Political Parties program that I was working on, and they used to pay in dollars. And then the Bank of Ghana then, is it Ishaku? They gave a ruling that there should be no payment, there should be no payment in dollars. And it was so painful. You go and then, they are going to pay you in dollars, and then they do their calculation in cedis and then give you the money in cedis. We didn't like it, but at the same time, it was something we're told that it was supposed to bring a certain solution to address
the homegrown policy.
Yeah, to address a certain challenge. I went to South Africa. I was in Cape Town for a program, and then I slept in a hotel. About 2 hours to my departure, I was checking out in a hotel, and then I had dollars. So I got to the reception, and then I said, yes, I want to pay. Then I gave, and that was all I had. I gave the lady dollars. And then he looked at it and said, but what is this? I said, this is US dollars. He said, US dollars, what do I do with it? I said, it's money. I said, don't you know dollars? See, I was touting the credentials of the dollars. And then he was just laughing at me. He said, our currency here is called rand. I don't accept dollars.
You can't find it anywhere.
I said, what do I do? He said, go to the forex bureau and change into rands before you come and pay. I was surprised. In Ghana here, if you want to buy pure water and you tell the woman that you have dollars, they want to accept. Why have we dollarized our economy? And why are we not putting in place measures to ensure? Now, go to any shop, those who sell cars, those who sell, they price everything in dollars. And sometimes, let me tell you something. Some years back, I was just going to buy. There was a land that I thought I wanted to buy as a teacher. And then so many years back, then the guy said, "Oh, it's just 25,000." So that's 25,000. I can pay. No, 250,000. And I said, that one, this one, I can pay 250,000. Then I went to meet him, and then we're negotiating. As we're talking, then said, so $250,000. I said, but he said 250,000, and he said yes. I said 250,000, and he asked, what were you thinking about? I said cedis. He said no, dollars. I said, oh, wow. Please, I am a teacher who is always leading a strike. So my point is that rather than touting achievements that are not real, achievements that are described as the kind of miracles that take place on the crusade grounds of fake pastors, let us begin to fashion out interventions that address some of these things. When President Akufo-Addo was looking for power, he said the NDC should be apologizing to Ghanaians because he said it was under Kufuor 1 cedi, $1. And when he was saying this, it was 2 cedis, $1. 2 cedis, $1. And so he should be apologizing to us. Now you are telling me that it's 16 cedis. I'm telling you that last night it was 17 cedis at the forex bureau. Now, forex bureau, they are looking for profit. Let's work with what the chart that you've given to us here. 16 cedis, $1. If 2 cedis, $1, you should be apologizing to the government then what should we be doing? What should you be doing when yours is 16 cedis to $1? And so when these things go on, and then still people want to relegate these practical realities to the background and to insist that we should heap certain praises. You see, like I say, it is not only disingenuous, but it is an unnecessary insult to the mood and sensibilities of the people of Ghana. I'm a teacher. Okay? You want to travel, you want to buy air ticket, and then they tell you that it is this dollar, and you look at the quantum amount of money that you need to carry just to be able to go and get the dollar, to be able to do whatever you want to do with. And so I think that what is important is not to be examining ourselves and scoring ourselves. Yeah. That is inconsequential to the quest to deal with the quagmires of poverty and underdevelopment that the people face. Just do the work and show working. And the people themselves will be touting your achievement. It shouldn't be in CD dollar, 16, $1. When it was $2 to $1, you said you have not heard about that before. It's 16 to $1, and you still touting achievement. No, politics and governance is not about achievement touting. Politics and governance is about solving problems, not explaining them, not touting achievement. If you solve the problems, people will tout your achievement. You don't do so. I said that at the time that Nkrumah was overthrown, he said he had done nothing. Okay. He didn't feel he had achieved anything. It is we today who are now celebrating him. And so let governments that are worth their salt, let governments that mean well demonstrate or show working by putting in place proactive measures that are aimed at addressing the current difficulties in which we find ourselves. Okay? If we do that, people will see, and then they will say you have done well. But anytime you see a government touting its own achievement, it tells you that those achievements are suspicious.
And I still go to another lecture because it's going to be your last one before you leave us. Yes.
Okay. Let me say that, Alfred, for me, my principle for making some of these public pronouncements is simple. What I teach, I use what happens as a practice theater to demonstrate to my teachers what I'm teaching, and my students what I'm teaching them. I teach communication ethics, political communication, ethics in political communication. And that's why I'm always big on the principle of communication, all right? And I asked myself that the things that Dr. Bano mentioned about South Africa, I lived in South Africa, I think 2001, I lived in Pretoria.
Okay.
All right. I lived in Joburg first, and then I went to Pretoria. Yes, it's been a long time. I was a young guy. I don't know when you lived in South Africa.
Almost 8 years.
When were you there?
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. But I lived in South Africa in 2000, 2001.
Okay.
Then you still needed to show. Then you still needed to show your passport to get foreign currency, right? So this knowledge is not new. It's been long been established in those economies that actually, even in the UK, you have to show your passport. Yeah. All right. Where I've lived for almost 21 years. So the point I'm making is that you came into government talking about your framework for economic development. And I can tell you, I have reviewed Baume's 2016 speeches, those early day speeches that he used to give. There was not a single mention of digitalization.
I see.
His dependent variables for economic development were interest rate, inflation, the exchange rate. Read it, isn't it? That's what he was saying. I will arrest the dollar, etc. These were his dependent variables for economic development, isn't it? Has his framework changed? Now you say you're talking about digitalization. That's why people go after you and say, the single most important thing that brought you fame was economic issues. Now you are talking about digitalization. It is fair to agree and to actually admit and tell Ghanaians that then I thought that we could do this economic development, through this. But I realized that perhaps digitalization would offer us a better avenue through which we can develop. And that's why I'm switching to this. But you don't do that. And then you go on to claim that I've performed the digitalization, the economic indicators, etc. You have to give a disclosure. Let people understand. And you do not have to shy away from doing it. Because look, you said this. I always, some people tell me, hey, this thing that you're saying, tomorrow when the NDC is in power, and then I said, my friend, I don't speak for the NDC. I speak for Ghanaians, as Professor Jampo said.
Yeah.
When I was on Net 2, as which platform that Net 2 of all platforms. I was there with Kennedy Japan, bashing Mahama. I can tell you that. And I challenge them to pull the footage, all right, and show people how much I criticize the former president. And so I tell people that I don't mind for you to pull what I have said because I can defend it.
Right.
All right. So my point is that you should be bold enough to say perhaps your framework for economic development then was different. Because this information that you were saying are not new. They're there. So why didn't he actually prefer those things when now he knows that perhaps you need a strong digital address systems to address these things? He could have said that I have changed position, but you don't actually present it as though it's new. This gold for oil that you are talking about, you are now saying that it was actually BRICS idea from the BRICS countries, isn't it? But Dr. Baumia claims innovation. In fact, the last time I heard him, he said that it is not in the books. Nobody knows it. He's the innovator for that idea.
Okay.
And that's my pain. The ethics of political communication. Don't claim things where they're not. Disclosure. Tell people that, these ideas have been tried somewhere, BRICS company organizations. Of course, I'm bringing it, but I say it is innovation. Last time when he was speaking at the Meet the Press, this is my idea. Perhaps it's not in the books. And please let us respect, the fundamentals of some of these things.
Right. It's 4 minutes. It's 6 minutes, in fact, at the top of the hour, 10 a.m. There was a specific question to Rambo Isaac Adongo about the position that the Finance Committee, the minority on the Finance Committee, had taken about this 500 million CDs that the finance minister is asking for from the contingency fund, correct? To tackle this dry spell that has impacted 8 regions. What is the real issue? Why? Because the justification by the Agri Ministry is that some 900,000 farmers have been affected. They have to give input and cash support for these farmers. Just a quick one on this, because I want to move on to the jobs matter, because there was a direct question to you on that from one of our texters. Why are you opposed to this request?
So, at this point, there hasn't been a definite decision.
Okay.
The minister presented to the Finance Committee by triggering the Article 1771, which provides in our Constitution that if there's an emergency and for which the government does not have an allocation, a budget line to deal with it, the government could rely on the contingency fund. And there are 2 funds. We have contingency fund and contingency vote. The contingency vote is controlled by the Ministry of Finance directly without necessarily coming to Parliament. But when it is a contingency fund, the condition must be that we don't have any budget line to deal with it, and it is an emergency.
Yeah.
Then you come under Article 1771 to request the Finance Committee, because you may have a situation where there can be an emergency when Parliament is out of session, and the speed with which you need to respond to it may not lend itself into the normal parliamentary procedure of recalling Parliament and giving notice and all of that. So you can write to the Finance Committee. So we had that request. And both the minority and majority were very clear. Now, Article 1772 provides that when you receive that money, it is received as an advance, which must be replenished as soon as possible. In other words, the money that is given to you under the contingency fund should be brought back as soon as possible. So the first question we raised was that in 2020, when we had the COVID, the Minister for Finance then requested the Finance Committee to disburse $200 million, or at the time, given the exchange rate, was about 1.2 billion Ghana cedis, from the contingency fund to assist deal with the emergency at the time. You remember some of the items they provided was the food they were going to give to people,
That's right.
water, electricity, and all of that. So that amount was approved. It's been 4 years, so we asked them, how far are you with Article 1772?
Okay.
in respect of the $200 million? Have you brought it back into the contingency fund? Because as soon as practicable cannot be 4 years after the event.
Right.
So we wanted to have clarity as to how the government has complied
with that,
with the Article 1772. The second one was operational question, which is, you have said 900,000 farmers. Where are they? Can you tell us in which region they are located, in which district they are located, and in which communities can we find those farmers? Now, the second operational question we asked was that you brought us a budget for 8.36 billion, which is the total mobilization you are doing to deal with the problem. What concerns us is 500 million Ghana cedis. Can you give us the specific budget and estimates relating to, if you give you the 500 million Ghana cedis, what will you be using it for? We have no clue. It is boxed in a bigger amount of 8.36, and you are not requesting for 8.36 from us. You are requesting for 500 million. Can you tell us for this 500 million specifically, what are you going to use it for, so that we can take a decision? So these were the issues we raised at the meeting. It is on the basis of the answers that we get that we will be able to make an informed decision. It is the reason I'm saying that no decisions have been taken. We know that there are farmers, and if they need support, of course, our work is not to frustrate government. But we want to be sure that the money will indeed go to the farmers.
Which is very important.
And that there's a better justification for it. And that the track record of the government itself. You see, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. You can't come under Article 177 of the Constitution and yet do not comply with a section of the Constitution. We now say that when you take the money, bring it back. And you have a track record we can rely on. Can you show us the status of compliance? So we are still waiting for those pieces
that has
of
not been provided as
But
yet.
of course, as a ranking member on the Finance Committee, I've had engagement with my minority leader and to brief him on what has happened. I'm sure he would also engage the leadership of the party to try and get their thoughts on how we should proceed. And when the decision time comes, we will put all that together and
But I
decide for the
think
people.
the detail you are asking for is important.
Yes.
Because if you're going to take part in approving money for a particular purpose based on the kind of precedents we have seen, then it just stands right that we all, through you, get to know the details of what is $500 million. In fact, is being asked for.
Exactly. So we are not putting the cart before the horse. We want to have the set of information,
so you can decide.
and then our decision will be based on the what it speaks to.
Right.
If it speaks to us not being comfortable, we will communicate that. So we are waiting for them.
Thank you. And exactly 10 o'clock as the time reached here in the studio. Number of your messages. This one here says, please let Dr. Bannon know that Dr. Bawumia once said that focusing on de-dollarization to save the city was a useless venture. Just that's very different from the position taking now. And then this one here says that, hello, please read this for me. I'm reading this for you. We students who want to study outside the country are really dying slowly because of the depreciation of the city. Imagine paying $100 for admission application fee, $180 for visa application fee, and $350 for SEVIS fee. Plane ticket is over $1,000. What have we done wrong to deserve this from this government? This one here says, Professor Kobe Mensah, my St. George's mate at Augusco, is doing very well on the show. So this was just Fred from Adenta. This one also here says, good morning to you and your team. We need to be very clear in our minds that Ghanaians are very much wide awake than before. We know exactly how we are feeling and what we are going through. Nobody can tell us otherwise. We speak to our realities that we wake up to on a daily basis. And that's exactly what Professor Jampo does. He says, good morning to you. I think this is from Dr. Kwame Asante. You know him? No, not Asante.
Kwame Asante. Okay.
Yes, he's
I think
texting
business
from
school.
Texas.
Texas. Okay, right.
This one here says Prince Henry Koforidia. Dr. Bamia should have resigned long ago as the head of the economic management team and vice president for us to know that he was just driver's mate and that he advised the president and it wasn't taken into consideration. A teacher who can't answer his own questions to his students must, says, oh, no. How can a teacher be lashed? Musa Abattoir and Aswasi says, good morning, Alfred. Dr. Bano, I appreciate your analysis, but I encourage you to reflect further. Your approach seems unbalanced and it overlooks the importance of verbal and non-verbal political communication. You say, thank you. This one here from Abbas Amogobi in Offenso. Dr. Bamia, you say it's just deceptive. He thinks Ghanaians are children, you say. Another one here says that to the extent that at least the vice president acknowledged that we are going through hard times, it's good enough, he says, for him to have my support. That is coming from Nana Asante from Esojaman. I think that's what it says. Hadi from Pig Farm says, if Nanado as a driver couldn't take us to our destination, the Ghanaians should not expect anything good. You say, from the driver's mate. Kojo Aka Kwating says, I agree with Professor Jampo about the rules of vice president in our constitution, but for Dr. Bawumia, he's some of the problems on himself by his posture from opposition, and they've come back to haunt him. If he knew vice presidents don't carry the baggage of their bosses, even though he heads the EMT, why did he, for example, ask Emisata to answer the long list of economic questions? You say, thank you. So many of your messages, and I do appreciate all of them. Zion, thank you as well for your messages. Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, thank you very much for the message, and I had a comment or two for you, Professor Ramfo Jampo, and also Professor Kobe Mensah. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo. We're back after this quick break. We have a conversation on the jobs, because 2.3 million jobs created. That's the position that Dr. Bawumia takes. That has been contested. Question is, where are the jobs? There's a spreadsheet that he put out some time ago. We have the data of that spreadsheet. We'll show it to you after this quick break. Stay with us.
In a place where conviction meets compassion, Heritage Christian University College stands tall, shaping futures and societies. Here, creativity isn't just a concept, it's the fuel for social change. But it's not just about entrepreneurship, it's about nurturing a spirit of service and community. We instill in our students the values of leadership and giving back. Our graduates don't just earn degrees, they embody entrepreneurship, philanthropy, ethics, and global competence. Heritage is where innovation thrives amidst a serene environment, offering unparalleled experiences. Come, be part of our journey where creativity and community unite to shape a better tomorrow. Heritage Christian University College, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders.
Good afternoon, Auntie. After darling. One chilled bottle of Nero Orange, please.
You want cola, orange, lemon, vino, Nero.
Wow.
Cola, orange, lemon, vino. I'm a feel it cool, it refresh your body. Nero Cola, orange, lemon, and Bovino. New non-alcoholic flavored drinks from Nero Beverages. This advert is FDA approved.
This week, we're looking at two very unique stories. One from kids who defined their childhood by showcasing their talent. To a young woman who started off her career as a media personality and has now transitioned into politics, declaring her stance for political party.
Those who care to follow our trajectory know that ours is a battle of conscience and justice and equity more than anything else.
Her activism for women empowerment and, of course, her dream to see a woman become president someday.
The Day Show, Sundays at 3 p.m. on TV3.
The most comprehensive election coverage.
Top-notch presenters and well-versed analysts.
Dedicated reporters and correspondents in every nook and cranny across the country.
All the action, every incident reported. All the big stories covered.
All facts cross-checked. Every figure verified.
Every vote monitored and accounted for.
The numbers tallied, analyzed, and interpreted. We have invested time and energy in order to bring you a comprehensive elections coverage.
The whole world will be watching us on TV, online, and radio.
Election Command Center. Facts, analysis, results.
Witness the future of entrepreneurship as Team Anita and her talented ladies take center stage on Ghana's Most Beautiful. This week, they will showcase their innovative business ideas, highlighting the best of Made in Ghana. Join us as we experience the creativity and entrepreneurial spirit of these talented ladies. Ghana's Most Beautiful, Ghana's Beauty, Africa's Pride.
GMB is sponsored by
Deluxy Acrylic Paint,
Heaven Black Mosquito Spray and Coil, Enapa Foods, Nescafe Black Tonic,
Frutelli Calipo,
Reflow Sanitary Pad,
Vitamilk, Obuasi Bitters, Global Wings Travel and Tour,
Sankofa Natural Spices, MDS Lancet, Polytank.
Or Mouse's dream vacation destination. Show me now, don't be shy. Is the name of the Ghanaian coastal city in Greater Accra that serves as an important tema.
You are losing and making noise.
Here to Win shows Sundays at 4 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Kivo 4-in-1 Curry Mix, Kivo 100% natural hot pepper,
Heaven Black Mosquito Spray and Coil.
All sporting disciplines matter on Warm Up Plus.
Warm Up Plus, the most exciting hour on TV. So join the conversation and get updated.
Get sports news, visit exciting places, and be in the know on Warm Up Plus. Let's go, Diana.
We're just getting started.
We're just getting warmed up.
Catch me, Yao Ufusulabi.
And me, Aniela Alote, every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. only on TV3.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We are live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We are also on a number of radio stations across the country, W103.5 in Tamale, that's a WA, and also Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale and beyond. And also we have Beach FM and a number of the radio stations across the country. Forgive me. We'll run through them. And let me acknowledge the fact that we have 3,100 of your messages. Wow. Yes. I've just read about 12 of them so far. So I would want to put it on record that I appreciate the messages that you always send us. And thank you so much for always expressing your views and making it as interactive as possible. I may not be able to read all the messages, but I would read as many that I can. It's 3,122 of your messages so far. Thank you so much for expressing your views. Now, Professor Kobe-Mensah has had to leave us. We're going to attend to another equally important matter. This is where I bring in again Alfred Appiah. I introduced him earlier. He's a data scientist and a public policy analyst. Alfred, good morning once again. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Alfred, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Morning, Alfred. Thank you for having me.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now, I want us to first of all take a listen to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and talk about the number of jobs that have been created by this administration. This was during the Manifesto launch 2 weeks ago. Take a look.
Unemployment was high. There was a freeze on public recruitment as a result. And the banking sector was on the verge of collapse. We had, as a result, the cancellation of teacher training allowances, the cancellation of nursing training allowances. You had a 3-month pay policy for teachers, could work for 3 years and be paid. And many children could not attend senior high school because of difficulties of paying fees and so on. You had many challenges that he left us with. So when you juxtapose that record with what we have been able to do in these last 8 years almost, it's really night and day. We have created at least 2.1 million jobs.
So that's the flag bearer of the MPP. It says 2.1 million jobs. So that's the latest hard data that he had. Now let's go 2 weeks ago. This was when he met the media. This was last week, Sunday. He mentioned the 2.1 million jobs, latest data. So 3 weeks ago, when they launched the manifesto, this is what he said about the number of jobs created.
Juxtapose that record with what we have been able to do in these last 8 years almost. It's really night and day. We have created at least 2.1 million jobs. The latest number I saw was 2.3 million. But let's say at least 2.1 million jobs in the last 7 years. And this is hard data I'm talking about. 2.1 million jobs.
Paul, during the manifesto launch, he also mentioned that 2.3 million jobs had been created. And then the hard facts he talked about now is 2.1 million jobs. Now, Dr. Bano, he says the latest data he has, right, is 2.1 million.
Yeah.
I recall the first time that he made this statement about the number of jobs created was sometime in 2022.
Yes.
That he mentioned 2.3 million jobs have been created. This was in 2022. And in 2024, he's talking about the latest data he has received. How do I reconcile these two positions?
So, myself, the data that I have from the various ministries and also SNET, SNET specifically is the private sector job employment. That is the SNET data that I have here on my laptop. Talks about 2,316,734 jobs that has been created.
2.3 million.
Yeah, I think the 2022 one was the Minister of Finance. I don't know, either the Minister of Finance or...
It wasn't the Minister of Finance.
The last time I checked, Dr. Babu actually said 2.1 million.
So...
Yes, I'm not too sure about the 2.3, because I remember either the Minister for Labour or the Minister of Finance, one of them made that remark.
At the manifesto launch, he mentioned 2.3 million jobs.
Yeah, so that is what I'm talking about. That's what I have
and
here.
Then now he's talking about 2.1 million.
No, he said not even withstanding. Let's assume that he's going by the old data that he has. But the correct data that I have here, right, it sits here, and these are data that we can interrogate, says it's that's what I've said, 2.3 million. That is 2,360,734. And the breakdown is there.
And all of them are formal sector jobs created.
Yeah, so jobs created by the Ministry of Interior, for example, the total jobs created under the Ministry of Interior since 2017 to date is 15,814, both direct and indirect jobs, right? I see. Then there is also Ministry of Works and Housing.
You are talking about the employment into the Ghana Police, the military, and fire service.
Yes, from 2017 to date. So that is the data I have.
How many jobs?
So that is 15,814.
I see.
Yes. Then for Ministry of Works and Housing, that is 10,031. That is what I have here from the Ministry
of Housing.
Works and Housing. So these are data that we can. In fact, that is why it is important that the media also takes this data up and you also do a follow-up.
What's the source of this data?
What is the source of this data? No, this is the data coming from the ministry in charge of Labour and Employment Relations. Yeah.
Labour and Employment Relations Ministry.
Yes.
You know,
so that's what I'm saying.
In 2022, the Employment and Labour Relations Minister said 5.3 million jobs had been created.
Well, in fact, if I am speaking to data, and here I would want to focus on the data.
Now,
if I'm speaking to the data, I am not privy to that. What I'm privy to is the data that I'm reading. So for each of the years, in fact, for 2017, it was 413,540. For 2018, it was 373,708. For 2020, it was 382,486.
Okay.
For 2021, it was 304,000. For 2022, it was 226,946. So this is the hard data that Dr. Bawumia made reference, and that is the data that I have.
That is the 2.3 million.
Yes, I cannot speak to any other data apart from this data.
I want to put something on the screen. Okay. Let's see that.
Okay. But I want to ask you, see, just for the purposes of clarification, Dr. Bano says he's using a data from Employment Ministry.
Yes.
And then Employment Ministry said, as you just intimated, that they had produced or generated 5.3 million.
In fact, that's what I wanted to show you.
And then same Employment Ministry, whose data Dr. Bano is using, Dr. Bano is telling us that it is now 2.3.
2,360,734.
So let's say 2.3 million.
Just like Dr. Bano.
So then but the same source of data. So where from the discrepancy?
So I think the discrepancy could be, you see, there are direct jobs, there are people who are employed into certain sectors, and they may not necessarily be on the Controller and Accountant General's payroll, for example. You know, some of the ministries have their own internal generator fund, of which sometimes they're able to engage certain hands for short-term
You see
jobs.
what's on the screen
and
there?
It doesn't...
No, okay, so
the Deputy Employment Relations, former deputy.
Yes.
As of 2020, 2nd March 2020, this was a daily guide report.
Yes.
MPP government has created 2.2 million jobs since 2017. This was 2020.
Yeah.
Then Dr. Bawumia in 2022 mentioned that 2.3 million jobs. Now let's flip to the next one. Then you will see the Employment and Labour Relations, this one.
The minister.
Government has created 5.3 million jobs. Employment and Labour Relations Minister. That's the minister talking there.
Yeah, so
he's the source of this data you are putting.
So that's what I was trying to explain. That, I mean, you are not the first person to have raised this question. And I mean, on other platforms and to the minister himself, I think this question has been posed to him. And one of the things that has been said is that, look, these are the former ones. Like I said, this is the SNIT hard data. But there are other jobs that people are taking on board, sometimes for 1 year, 2 years, which maybe the ministries or the agencies in respect.
They don't pay SNIT for them?
Well, that's why I'm saying that some of them are maybe short-term temporary jobs, and they may not necessarily be captured on this data. So that is why...
So it's just SNIT data that you're using? Only
so when we go to the private sector, the private sector is solely... You see, there are two forms of data set here. So there is the public sector and then there's the private sector. Now, with the public sector, the data that I read with the ministries are coming directly from the ministries. These are people who have been engaged and they're on the government payroll. Now, when we come to the private sector, the data that I have on the private sector is data from SNIT. That's what I'm trying to say. But you and I would agree with me, Alfred, that even here at TV3, it is highly possible that you do engage certain hands, which...
The reason you may not have full details of what we do here, so
I'm not saying you do it. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, yes. Okay. So in the public sector, right? There are people who might have been engaged for certain jobs that may not necessarily be on the government payroll. Okay, so if you take the public sector jobs, like what I have read here, these persons may not necessarily be captured on this data that I have here.
So how about the GRA data? Because they should be paying taxes.
Yeah, so maybe we need to further check and cross-check this discrepancy. But that's what I'm saying, with the 5.2 million
5.3 million.
5.3 million. That's what I'm saying. That
this is the Employment and Labour Relations Minister, yes. The source of your data. That you are
so that's what I'm saying, that this discrepancy could be coming from the point that I'm trying to make here.
So whose report should we believe? The Minister of Employment and Labour, who's the source of your data, or the Vice President?
So that's why I said, now if you can read further that statement, it does not provide the breakdown of the jobs that he talked about. You know,
so we should believe the Vice President. So.
Yes, so that's why I said that the Vice President data is what I have. So what I'm reading is actually the people who have been engaged in the various sectors, and they are formally engaged and they are on the payroll. But it is possible, that's why I said I don't want to also rule out that possibility. It is also highly plausible that these people who are not on this payroll could also be what the Labour Minister might have added to his database, of which it's also possible. So I don't want to rule that out as well. But in terms of those who are on the government payroll, that is what I've provided to you.
So and this is why I bring in Alfred, because I asked all these questions to know the data source you are using, and then where these jobs have been created. Because if these are formal jobs, Alfred, it should have a significant impact on the Ghana Statistical Service data, is it not? Alfred?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good that I like that you kind of set that context, right? So we know what we are dealing with here. And I mean, just to clarify the point that he's making, like if the minister, when he engaged the media, I think Wednesday or something, he said the same thing, that about the 5 million, a lot of the transitional jobs and stuff are included in the 5 million number that he was talking about. And then the 2.3, it's basically the formal, the ones that you'd expect them to have.
Alfred, right? Alfred, please flip and let me see your face before you share the screen, right? I want to see you making that point. So because I make this point because the Ghana Statistical Service data, and I want us to put that Ghana Statistical Service is within that jobs, what we just flipped right now, paints a picture about the unemployment situation. Let's flip it. And it gives an idea. This is just a breakdown of what Dr. Bawumia has been talking about and the number of jobs created. Even during COVID, 2021, you employed over 200,000 people during COVID. And that's, for me, a very interesting stat. Let's go back one step. This is the Ghana Statistical Service data. As of between quarter 1 and quarter 3, 2023, the average number of unemployed youth was over 1.3 million. Alfred, how does that now bring to question this number of jobs that have been supposedly or reportedly created by us, announced by the Vice President?
Well, I mean, on the issue of unemployment, though, there could be more people entering the labor force, right? So you could have created jobs, and then there will still be higher unemployment because there will be people that are entering the labor market. Remember that the labor force usually includes people that are outside of the labor force, like those that will be in education and stuff. And so as the population grows and more people enter the labor market, you would see that the unemployment rate could increase if the market, if it's not able to absorb them. Basically, if the job growth is not able to absorb the people that are entering the labor market. But I mean, the main point is that it's interesting that he mentioned that these are people that are on government payroll, right? And so, or in the private sector, referring to SNIT. So what we have to do, and he himself, the good doctor, said that, we have to check that, we have to look at that. So part of the exercise that I have been doing is, can we look at other sources of data that we have? Because at the end of the day, the government and the politicians, they have these spreadsheets. And it's not as if they presented 2.3 million people and told us that all these 2.3 million people were employed by the current government, right? And so we have to look at other sources of data to be able to support that.
Right.
So,
and Alfred, so I want us to get into why you challenge that position. In fact, with data, it's a data-driven analysis that you now raise questions about why this 2.3 million jobs created claim cannot really be the case. Let me see what you have.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sorry, just going to share my screen.
I can see your screen, yeah.
Let me just try it again. But the point that I've been making is trying to use all these different government sources, right, to basically show that. So the claim that we have is 2.3 million jobs, and as has been confirmed, it appears to be the formal sector. Like when the vice president talked about it earlier, he had even said we are not including like planting for food and jobs and stuff. But as you yourself have said, there's even within that sector, there seem to be inconsistencies in the numbers that the government is presenting. So some of the sources that I've been using is the Ghana Stats Service. We look at the controller, and when you make controller, then some people will say, well, no, but it's not everybody that gets paid by controller, and that is true. So we look at SIGA as well. SIGA reports on the state-owned enterprises and the employments the number of people that are employed there. We can look at tax data as well, because at the end of the day, we are talking about formal jobs. So if these jobs are sustainable as we are describing them, we should see a reflection in the tax data. And then, of course, SNIT as well, because if they have these sustainable jobs, it should be seen a reflection in the SNIT data. So this is one of the inconsistencies that I point to. So the vice president says that there is 1.4 million jobs in the public sector and about 900 and something thousand in the private sector. This infographic is actually from the government's performance tracker. Okay. You see the breakdown here is 1.8 million and then 267,000 in the private sector. So that's one of the inconsistencies. The total job numbers here is also about 2.1, where we are referring to 2.3. And a lot of my analysis, I'm focusing on 2017 to 2022, because at least the data that we initially got from the vice president was showing data from 2017 to 2022. So that's the point of verification that we want to do. So, and I think it's also important that we really define the jobs. This is based on the government's performance tracker. That the data that is collected on jobs are presented on a person on employment whose employment are sustainable and meet the tenets of decent work, especially in terms of ensuring that they have pensions and the right work in line with the mandate of the Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations, right? So we're talking like the more formalized jobs. So that is a very important point that we need to make here. So in countries all over the world, when it comes to checking the pulse of the labor market, they do labor first surveys. So it's not even politicians that will compile numbers and come and tell us that these are a number of jobs that have been created. When you hear American president, other different countries, when they talk about jobs, they're always referring to the data that the stats agency has collected on the labor market and presenting the number of employment and all of that. Unfortunately, in Ghana, we previously didn't have a consistent source. So we did a labor first survey in 2015. And then there wasn't much until recently, like in 2022, when we started doing this annual household income and employment survey. So when you look at 2015, the labor force, the total number of people that are employed were about 9.3 million. And then this is total, regardless of the level of formality. This is, any kind of job. That is considered as job as part of the survey. And then when you look at 2022, there's about 11 million, 10.96. So over that time frame, there's been a growth of about 1.6 million in jobs. This is all jobs, regardless of the level of formality. And I will make the point that these are two nationally representative surveys. And so we will be reasonable when we say we're able to compare them and just basically to get some trends.
Yeah.
So that's one source. The other thing that I want to point out is that when you look at the structure of the Ghanaian labor market, right, it is highly informal. So there's a lot of people that are self-employed without employees.
Yes.
Now, if you say you have all these formal jobs, say 2.3 million, that has been created.
And that's why I asked that question, that these were formal jobs created. He said yes, these are jobs in the formal sector.
Exactly. It should cause a fundamental shift in the structure of the labor market, because at the end of the day, what you want is you want to be as more formal as possible, so you can then, that's how you can tax more, and you get more people in the tax bracket and all of that. Now, when you look at 2017 and look at 2023, you see the paid employee, it's about 24% in 2017, and then it drops to about 22% in 2023. So if we have all these 2.3 million jobs, remember that the total number of people that are employed at any time is about 11 million. So if you say you've created 2.3 million, that's about almost a quarter of that. If that is not reflecting and changing the structure of the labor market, then I find issues with that. So that's on the start service. Again, on the start service, remember that we've been told that the government alone has created about 1.4 million public sector jobs, right? As of 2022, from the annual household income and employment survey, the average number of people that are working in the public sector, and this is including parastatal, is about 720,000, right? Here's the case that the government says 1.4 million jobs has been created from 2017 to 2022. Let's do that for now. One thing is, first of all, we need to be able to account for the 1.4 million. And then we'll have to take into account the people that were working before the government took power. So we're even trying to prove, basically what we're trying to prove, 1.4 million plus something else. And then, of course, you can adjust for other exits like retirement, people leaving for different reasons, but that's not significant. So the total number of people that are in the public sector, based on the start services data from the survey, is about 720,000. So that, of course, it's way below the 1.4 million that we need to prove, and then we go to the plus. When you look at private sector is about 940,000. But remember that this is regardless of when people started working, right? So when they come to you and they ask you a question, are you working? Were you working the last 7 days, or were you working? What sector are you working in? It doesn't matter when you started working. So this 940,000 doesn't necessarily mean that it is the people that have been employed from 2017 to 2022, unless the assumption is that when the current government came to power, there was nobody working in the formal private sector, and then they created these jobs, which of course we all know that it wouldn't be true. Like, look at everybody in the studio, the people that think of all the staff of TV3. You were all working before the current government. Most of you were working before the current government took power, right? So if you say that the 940,000 is just for the formal sector, for the private formal sector is as a result of this government, that doesn't add up. So that is on the start service. The other point that I want to make is on the Controller and Accountant General. And I'll make this point because...
Alfred, so
yes.
I just want you to clarify this to me. You are saying that the entire number of staff or people working at the public sector is around 700,000. And yet there is a claim that over 1 million people have been recruited in the public sector. Is that what you are saying?
That's what I'm saying, yes, Prof.
Oh, so you mean that the total number of people working at the public sector, they are 700. But then there's a claim that 1.4 million jobs have been created.
Has been created, yes.
Oh, okay. But I just wanted to be sure about this because
that includes the numbers that were working in 2016, which is reported at 600 and something thousand. So if you net off, it's even worse.
Okay. All right. So, so you see that's what I've been saying. That sometimes the achievements that are, okay. So you finish and then let us run. The achievements do not make sense.
So the other thing to see is also the controller, right? And I think when we make the point of the controller, people talked about not everybody paid by the controller, and that is true. Like, there are people like the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police, even the public universities, they manage their own payroll. But they also get subvention from government. And so controller reports on their staff strength, right? So when you look at 2022, the total staff strength there is about 789,000, right? For the public sector, that is included core public service, but also including those that get subvention. So that number is still not very close to the 1.4 million number. And so then people said, well, what about those that are outside of that? So there's the people that are in the state-owned enterprises, Cocoa Board, GMPs, all those different state-owned enterprises. So SIGA has a state ownership report, right? And luckily enough, SIGA actually this week released the 2022 and 2023 data. So we could actually use that. Before I was using 2021 because that's what we have. But now we have 2022 and 2023. Now you look at it, and SIGA actually also revised the numbers. That's why I've highlighted these in red. These are very different from what it was in the original report. But regardless, these numbers, even if you add this, these again, this is cumulative as of the end of the year, right? So it's like this is for example, if you're looking at 2021, as of 2021, there were 87,000 people that were in all the state-owned enterprises, and this even sometimes includes the joint venture companies, right? So like if you think of Vodafone and some of the Telecel, the ones that government has taken, the ones that report the employment data, those are all captured in the state ownership report. So even if you were to take this number and add it to the controller's number of about 780,000, you are still at about, let's say about 800,000, a little over 800,000. You're nowhere close to 1.4 million. And then you have to take into account the ones that were working in there before the government took power. So there's a lot of proving that has to be done. Right. And this is not supporting that. I can talk about tax data. So this is GRA's annual report. As of 2023, the total number of payee is about 2.6 million people. Right, here's the case we're saying that we've created, and if you look at 2022, which is basically the reference I've been using, it's about 2.45 million. Here's the case the government says, we alone, we've created 2.3 million. So even if you take the 2.3 million out of this, is it that there was only about 100,000 people that were working before this government took power? That doesn't add up. You can look at the change too and see, so for example, you can take 2019 and compare to 2022, see how the active taxpayers have grown, and then compare to how many jobs the government has said it has created over that time period. It doesn't reflect. And I mean, people might make the point that, the tax system might not be efficient and all, but remember that the government has been telling us that this is data that can be tracked, right? So this is data on jobs for people that can be tracked. So if we can't track them, why is tax compliance low in those cases? Another thing that I did was I did an inflation adjustment of the total value of payee tax. So look at it over time. It's barely flat. There was a dip in 2020, obviously, with the pandemic, but it's not changing that much. Right. when you look at it in real terms. Then my final slide is on SNIT. So this is SNIT contribution from 2015 all the way to 2023. Now, when you look at between 2016, right, there was about 1.3 million people on SNIT, active contributors. Now, I suspect that the data that the government has is on SNIT registration. Now, that will not be a very good indication of job sustainability, because somebody can register on SNIT and might not actually contribute to it. So if you count it as a job that has been created, then you might be miscounting, because what if the person doesn't actually contribute? So the better measure to use would be the active contribution, because at
those who are actively paying SNIT.
Actively paying a SNIT, the definition is very loose. SNIT says that as far as there's been at least one payment in the last 12 months for the person is considered an active contributor. So it's even a very loose definition. But even when you look at that, from 1.3 million to about 1.8 million, just about 500,000 active contributors. You can bring in pension and say, okay, some people may have retired and all of that, but the total number of people on pension is about 240 something thousand according to SNIT. So that again is not going to make that much of a difference. So even though the government says the data is from SNIT, when you look at the SNIT data that they should be using, which is the active contributors, right? It doesn't add up. Like, you're looking at about a growth of about 500,000, but here's the case. We said over that period, we have created 2.3 million jobs. So the rest of them, they're not contributing to SNIT. Again, we go back to the definition, which I said was very important, because the definition was that they are people that have sustainable jobs, they have pension and all of that.
Exactly,
so
in the formal sector.
Looking at all these lines of evidence, I cannot really say that, I cannot confirm that we cannot use that 2.3 million jobs. So maybe there's some public sector elsewhere outside of the ones that I've mentioned that has these jobs that maybe people can speak to. But based on the different, again, this is all publicly available data.
Absolutely.
Based on the publicly available data, the 2.3 million cannot be substantiated.
And Alfred, I thank you so much for this. And let me see your face now. This is, this most verifiable data is public data. We had to make this a data-driven conversation just for the benefit of our viewers and our listeners. And Prof. Jaffa, I bring you in at this point because he makes reference to about 5 data sources: GRA data, State Interest Governance Authority, SIGA, SNIT, Ghana Fiscal Service, Controller and Accountant General Department data. All these 5 data sources seem to question, in fact, don't support that claim of the 2.3 million jobs that have been created, as said by the Vice President.
Alfred, I just want to commend you. In my own term, I'll tell you, you know book. Okay, this is you
Which
know
of the
book.
Alfred? The
Alfred on Zoom. You know book.
Wabing.
Wabing. I mean, to be able to put all these different sources of data together just for the purposes of making a point. I mean, I have a lot of respect for you. But you see, let me not harp on that too much.
Right.
That's the reason why I keep saying that the achievements that are touted by politicians are always insulting to the sensibilities and intelligence of people. Because you can clearly see, I'm inundated every day in the office, people coming to you with CVs. Can you help me find a job? I said, I've lost many of my friends, okay, because I have refused to praise them. I was criticizing John Mahama, who were part of those who pushed John Mahama away. Okay, and they felt around that time, they tagged me as being in bed with the MPP. Yeah. Now, MPP comes to power, and then you don't like what they are doing, you are criticizing them, they don't understand why you are criticizing. I've lost a lot of friends, and so you cannot carry CVs to people. But you see, we do this for the sake of Mother Ghana, and I keep saying that it is not out of malice. It is just that we don't want, you see, if we are not here, okay, and then you want to insult people's intelligence, that's up to you. But so long as we remain in Ghana and we can read and we can see what is good, every now and then people are coming to you, can you help me find a job? Can you? But they said there are so many jobs have been created. The data that has been exposed speaks too much, and if you are fighting with somebody and person fall, you don't hit him again. So I will not go on that. But let governments not tout achievements of job creation in the public sector, which I will describe. Those employment created are severe as essentially underemployment. Okay, underemployment. Everywhere that there is development, the frontiers of the state is rolled back. Okay, and then you create an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive, so that the private sector can give more jobs. And then they can pay real salary. You are working and they are paying you 1,500 cedis a day, and then the government is counting it as employment creation, and others are being paid huge sums of money. You don't develop a nation, you don't develop a people like that. And so my point is that rather than making the frontiers of the state pregnant, rather than impregnating the public sector with recruitment. Let us find a way. Okay, let us find a way. Jay Kufuor said it. We have recruited and hired, and so people pretend to be working, and we pretend to be paying them. Let us find a way of making our people earn real wages. Right. Cash. Not 1,500 cedis, 2,000 cedis a month, and then you use it on Uber and Trotro, and it is finished. And somebody said, whereas people are working and they are getting $10,000 a month, $15,000 a month elsewhere in the private sector, I think that we should rethink. We should not be celebrating mediocrity, even if the data as presented by Dr. Baumia and then the MPP research team, even if the data is true, my view is that celebrating employment and recruitment in the public sector is celebrating mediocrity. Right. Because what is the level of what is their salary? What is their salary level? Okay, let us ensure that we open the space, we make sure that the private sector flourishes. And another government comes. When you are recruited I'll tell you a story. I know somebody working in the public sector. All of a sudden, he came to me. I want to do further studies into PhD. I said, but you are gainfully employed. I said, no. You see, those of us who are working in this ministry, we are like targets. When a new government comes, they would not make use of us, even though they may not dismiss us, but you may be transferred here. And then some people, was telling me a situation where some people who were tagged as being recruited, having been recruited by the previous governments, they go there and they don't have work to do. That's how come you go to the public sector and oftentimes people are playing drafts and ludo. People go from office to office selling cocoa kin, they are selling asana, they are selling ice kenke, they are working lotto, move from house to house. They've gone to buy second-hand material, second-hand clothes, and they move from one office. He's working, but he's selling second-hand clothes. Metofos who are on to be then Coco Metofos, and there are people who are pretending to be working, and people who are being the government pretends to be paying them. They've listed all of them as part of people who have been recruited and employed, and this is severe case of underemployment. You don't develop. You see, a country is developed when its people are developed and they can earn real salary. If people are really being paid, some of the freebies and unnecessary governmental interventions that are a drain on our resources would not be even measures that will be proposed. When people are really truly being are truly employed and they are earning true wage and true living, okay, when there is going to be elections, we all can sleep. Okay, right. When I was studying in the US, when Barack Obama was contesting election, I went to my professor, Pearl Robinson. You said that there is election here. Why is it that we are not hearing any announcement of conflict? Why is it that Peace FM is not announcing that, hey, on my ballot paper, a police form, bro? Why is it that people are not praying towards election? Why is it that towards peaceful election? Why is it that people are not hoarding gari and cassava and water in their homes? Why is it that your politicians are not flying their spouse and families out of the country? No, here election is not a do or die affair because everybody works and they make living. People work and they are paid well. Many people are not employed by the state. They are on their own in the private sector. They work and then they are paid comfortably. And that's why election is not a do or die affair. But here, because we have not created the spaces for the private sector to thrive and for people to earn real salary, they get themselves recruited into the public sector, their salary and so on. And so anytime there's going to be elections, it becomes a do or die affair because he who wins an election knows that he has an access to ATM machine on his veranda. And once you have access to ATM machine on your veranda, you can dispense some of the cash to your people who are working but are not working. And so government should take note of this. The essence of government is to solve problems. I said they have all traveled before. Okay, we know what happens. We know what is called jobs. Okay, elsewhere, when people are working and say, I'm working, the reason why when they travel here, they come here for holidays, they cannot spend more than 1 week. Then they are in a hurry to go back, is that they have jobs that they're doing. But here in Ghana, because our jobs are jobless, when there is a funeral, somebody says, my friend's mother is dead. The person leaves the office on a Wednesday. The funeral is a Saturday. He leaves the office on a Wednesday. He say, and then when he goes, Wednesday, he's not there. Thursday, he's not in the office. Friday, he's not in the office. Saturday, Sunday, they do the funeral. Sunday, they say, the person is still there. He comes to the office on Tuesday. He gets to office tired, and he tells his boss, I'm tired, so I'll have to leave. Why? Because he's working, but he's not working. And if people are working, but are not working, if people are employed, but are not employed, then we must not tout that as an achievement. So Ghanaians, MPP, NDC, it is not something, we are not doing this that we are after you. We are doing this that we want you to up the quality of your policies and interventions, the quality of governance for the good people of Ghana, so that tomorrow, if somebody says, I am working, you know that he's working.
Indeed. I'm going to go for this quick break. When I come back, Honorable Adongo, you have your take on this matter. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly after this quick break.
Malaysia with your family? Let's make it happen. Join Global Wings Travel and Tours for a 9-day all-inclusive tour of Malaysia and Singapore from September 9th to the 18th, 2024. Experience the best of Malaysia and Singapore. Visit famous tourist sites in both countries. Take car cable rides, try local foods, and relax in luxurious hotels. This incredible package includes return air ticket, Malaysia visa facilitation, 9 nights in a 4-star hotel, daily breakfast and dinner, all taxes, airport transfers, and travel insurance. Join Global Wings this September and create memories that will last a lifetime. Book now by calling or WhatsApping 0553 688 398 or 0550 188 181.
The luckiest.
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere.
8K. Hey, you get an 8K. Get that packing so you have to one line. Hey, wait.
You can put it on his tab. This is my man.
Good luck.
Hey,
Bill Radio. We are star 712. It's much more phone. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Aww.
Let's choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
No, maybe straight to option 4.
Now we try. You need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random tickets. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5.
Baby, give me your 5 numbers.
And how much are we buying?
Babe, look at the body and buy you.
With your body,
Hey,
there, tread cautiously. Now follow the prompts and confirm. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. T&Cs apply.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3 Live on 3FM 92.7. Honorable Isaac Adongo, on these jobs created, you have always had reason to question this data.
You know, the propaganda job creation is in their DNA. You remember there was a president in this country who promised the use of Ghana jobs and got the youth of Ghana to parade the whole streets registering their names for non-existing jobs. You remember? What happened? With the structure adjustment program, we decided to reconfigure the public sector and give the private sector out as the engine of growth by creating a lean but effective government that provided an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. We're able to have only 200,000 workforce in the public sector so that we could deal with our wage bill. A president arrived and called the youth to go and line up the streets, wait to register for jobs. Remember President Kufo in 2001? Ghanaian youth paraded the streets as if we had some jobs to register their names. What happened to those youth? Most of them have become old now. The same way, you see the numbers just don't add up. You come to inherit a public sector workforce of 660,000. The Auditor General audits that the public sector workers today are 790,000. The private sector, if you look at the slate numbers and the tax numbers, they mirror the same numbers. 1,200 before, 1,200 before, and you move from 1,002 to 1,900, and then all of a sudden you say they are 2.5. Why? Those people don't pay SNIT? If you take out the 1.2 or the from the 1.9, what do you get? You get like 700,000.
700,000. And so that's
about 700,000. So this 1 point, you see, you can say that not all public sector workers are captured by controller and accountant general, but all of them pay SNIT.
Yes.
All of them pay taxes. So the most reliable source of data is your SNIT and your taxes. And they mirror each other. 2016, you're looking at 1.2. End of 2023, you are looking at 1.9, giving you a difference of 700,000. The 700,000 is almost close to what we had in 2016 for public sector workers. So where is this conjecture? When you have failed to deliver, and you go and sit in your room and you get some minister to cook data. Data is not cooked in the Ministry of Labor and Employment Relations Office. It is the data reported by reputable entities. And you see that he's been badly exposed. Badly exposed. Where are they getting those numbers for? You have failed to create jobs. You see, the fact is that if you look at the facts behind the numbers, your companies are collapsing because the economic environment is difficult. The banks are not able to lend money to private businessmen to expand and employ people because you brought DDEP and the financial sector lost over 18 billion in 1 year. Everybody knows that. So how are you able to create those jobs when the entities that are supposed to be the vehicle to create the jobs themselves are struggling to survive? So you see that the numbers are exposing them.
And in fact,
Dr. Mahmoud Bauma, this your 2.3 and 1.4 million, it only exists at the Flagstaff House on your paper. And the people cannot be fooled because we know it is in their DNA. Lying is in their DNA.
There was a statement that you made earlier about the 44,000 kilometers of roads in the 2017 budget.
Yeah.
And I have that, but we'll put that on the screen right now. Yes. And so this, let's go quickly, and then you have a minute to just run up. So that's what you see there. And this is the page, paragraph 505 of the specific reference that you
2017
make.
budget.
2017 budget. 9,384 kilometers on the urban road network. Then there's
you have 10,000 from routine maintenance.
10,723.
Even asphaltic over
9 kilometers. And then also you see the paragraph 507, 22,950 kilometers. So when you add all of that up, you have 44,000 kilometers of road. That's just to put some fact to what you made reference to. So this is the 2017 budget. Support what you just made. Honorable Adongo said earlier. Dr. Bana,
but the emphasis is that there are 12,000 kilometers.
Yes.
It's a mediocre.
Okay.
You are actually reversing this country by threefold.
Right.
And you are there bragging about it.
Because I started with you on the jobs matter, you agree there has to be some reconciliation. Something has to be done.
So you are done?
Yes. No. Wait. 30 seconds.
Wait just since we are done. You see, I have here with me a statement from the Ministry of Health.
Right.
And this is talking about the nurses that were not employed during the era of from 2012 to 2016, between 20, close to 19,000 nurses were recruited by the government. But in fact, if you go to NEIP and jobs created in NEIP by giving them training and assistance, okay? So currently between jobs created, currently at NEIP is 103.